That's my constitution.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Tale of the Monarchs Madness. I am your host, Lucia the Panic Bird, and I am also the party DM. I want to thank you all for coming and for everyone's excitement to be here. Thanks all of you guys for showing up for game tonight and coming in with excited faces. I will promise to only cause you a little bit of trauma while we're going along the way.
Wait, huh?
And we definitely all showed up on time.
Yep, nobody was late.
Wait, huh?
Alright. I am your host, the DM with the mostest, Lucia the Panic Bird. I am going to be doing my best to provide an excellent story for everybody to enjoy, both for the players and for the audience. Before we begin and introduce the characters, I want to take a special moment to shout out a few hard-working people who helped get a lot of this fun stuff set up on the background. So, shouts out, starting with the first shout out, I'm going to shout out Lord of Contagion, my moderator and guy who got up this morning to a message saying, hey, I need you to make like half a dozen maps for me, and just took it in stride. Thank you, buddy. You came in clutch, working with me. Like, he and I spent 2 hours having conversations while making maps today, and then goofing off and talking about Warhammer stuff. It was great. So thank you so much for doing that, my friend.
You
Next,
would have done one of those things for free.
yeah. Next, welcome RKB. Thank you for the first time, and thank you for the follow, as well as Shadati. Following up on that, Shadati, shout out to her. As you guys can see, the wonderful art over here of the characters and stuff. All of that was done by the wonderful artist known as Shadati. She put in the extra time and effort, and even put in a late night last night to get the last character in for the tokens and the PNG tuber. I super appreciate your effort. I'm so happy.
The PNG tubers were a surprise, by the way.
Yeah,
didn't commission these.
we weren't even expecting that. She just came in clutch and did it. So, like, so shout out for that. We so appreciate it, and took like the first like 20 minutes here setting this all up and getting it ready. So thank you so much for that. Last but not least, I want to shout out Cassidy, aka the woman, in chat, who, without the inspiration and constantly just chatting with me about the insanity that exists inside my mind without judgment, I could not have provided this specific setting or world for you guys. She secretly puts in a lot of time sending me messages at 4 o'clock in the morning being like, I have this great idea, we should talk about it when you wake up. and stuff like that. I just super shouts out to you, Cass. You were the inspiration behind this setting, and I am happy to be here. Now, to also shout out the players, who, without you guys, I would have no story to tell. Super thank you guys for being here. Love you guys. I'm hoping you're excited as I am for this campaign.
Lynn is still picking her feet.
Is it the left one or the right one?
Wait. They're different?
It's her second left one.
Alright. Alright, Lynn, I'm gonna skip you as the first one. We'll move on to Sherm. Sherm, please introduce us to the lovely little dragon boy.
Hi, I'm Sherm. I'll be piloting this little dragon boy. So, here we go. So, Itra is kobold. Itra small. Itra not really liked by other kobolds because Itra's small. But then Itra encounter Magic Lady. She teach me Itra magic. Magic cool. Itra love magic. So now Itra want to fight with magic and help where he can't because Itra weak, but Itra magic.
Thank you so much for that, Sherm. Next up, we have Kinda playing Falry Pyre Springs.
I am Kenda. I am excited to be here. Who are you people?
I kidnapped you and put you in this thing. Now roll the dice.
Okay, let me roll for strength, alright. I almost rolled a natural one.
Oh,
I am. Him rolled from a 1 to 7. Anyways, hi, I'm Valry. I am excited to be here. I hope nothing bad happens.
Oh no. She told me she had parents. Guys!
Hey, only one.
Yeah, I have one parent and one sister, and I'm sure nothing bad will happen to either of them throughout the entire campaign.
Holds up throat to fucking neck.
Yeah,
Holds up throat to neck.
Holds knife up to neck.
Yep. Alright. Next up, we've...
Wait, sorry, I gotta say this.
Okay, yes.
It's just, except that knife is the giant fucking sword.
It is big sword.
Oh, sorry.
What
I
you
didn't mean to post that.
do?
No, that's fine. I put mine in as well.
Yep. It's fine. Next up, we've got our other little buddy, Scrag. Oh.
Unfortunately, I don't have as well role played out intro as Sherm does, but I am Kojin. I'm going to try my hardest to have good vibes during the session tonight, but I'm still processing a lot from what has been a very difficult work week and end of term at work. So just bear with my attitude if I cop one.
You're doing your best, buddy.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Man.
But I am going to be piloting our other kobold. This one is Scrag. He for one thing, he is very like not like fully weirded out at a kobold using magic, but he's like, well, this is what I'm dealing with, so might as well roll with it. But more importantly about Scrag, he comes from a tribe of kobolds that it was a small tribe. He had a lot of connection for a while until insert stereotypical village and family ending event here. So Scrag didn't really have a lot of people to lean on for a while up until he was introduced to a particular person who understood that Scrag would get very angry sometimes. A little too angry. So he has had a lot of work in keeping this temper under control, but it is not perfect. So there have been others along the way that have also helped with this. Basically, this journey is going to be a lot of we're just going to call it kobold therapy.
Scrag is going to come to terms with his anger, and while he might not ever fully control it, he will at least learn to manage it healthily.
Mm-hmm. Or die trying.
That's my secret, Orem. I'm always angry.
Always angry.
Yes.
Next up is the guy who had to give me the most, run for my money on including his character in the campaign. We've got Octave and the lovely Thrym.
Hello, I'm Octave, and I play Thrym, who is a Loxodon druid of the Circle of the Stars. He has found his way into this group by leaving the herd of Loxodon he was with to seek the end of the Age of Darkness, because the age blocks out the stars and the guidance that they brought to his people. And along the way, he befriended and became close to a woman that he knows as Lady Adria, that everyone else seems to have a different name for.
We're working on that.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
We'll figure that shit out, I'm sure.
Also remind the viewing public, how old is your character?
A few hundred years old.
900?
Just
The ballpark is 900?
And I think that's rounding down, not up, by the way.
For the record, that's like mid-40s for Loxodon.
Yep. Yep, Loxodon are the longest living race in the setting, and and Thrym is a middle-aged Loxodon. Next we've got Bongos playing Aurum.
Hello, I'm Bongos. I am playing Aurum, which is a Monster Slayer Ranger, and somehow became the master of these two random kobolds in our party.
I
I have taken their shinies to make sure that they don't run away.
Shiny privileges from above.
I love the
keep one shiny. Don't tell him.
I love the concept of this because for those who don't know, Kobold Society in my setting is very simple. They were created by dragons to serve dragons. And so to kobolds, there is master, and then there is master's master. And that is the hierarchy of things. Is there somebody beyond it that's just master's master? They are very simple creatures, but they know simple hierarchy and how it works.
It sure do work, kind of.
Yep. Yes, but that is our friend Aurum, and last but certainly not least, we have Neaz.
Yes.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Yes, I am Lindsay Liu. Lindsay, people call me by a billion names at this point. I am playing I'm not an assassin anymore. That almost came out of my mouth. I'm playing the Rain Wanderer rogue gnome, Naz. Rain Wanderer being a homebrew subclass that Lucia made for me.
Yep.
She doesn't like people. She would really rather not be here. But something has gone wrong, and something's fucky in her head, and she's not a fan.
Yep. And she is determined to get to the root of the problem.
Because no one fucks with Naz's head. You just don't.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Someone's going to die for it.
So, for those who would like a little bit more context, if you would like, this is the first episode, but this is not the first session. You can find the first session at my YouTube in a playlist.
I'm gonna pull it up.
I also posted it in chat.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I have a YouTube call out. You could post the link directly to the
Yeah, I'll post the link to the playlist
directly if you want. That'd be great. So I got my YouTube page. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that fun stuff. But more specifically, if you would like to catch up on the previous 2 one-shots that have led up to this point and will give you a little bit more context, please go to that. It's going to be created in a separate playlist from the playlist I'm going to make for the whole campaign. So it'll always be there as the 4 different episodes. I am told by a lot of people that we did a really good job with those.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the playlist for the prequels.
Yep. Thank you. But to put the last bit of context into some things, I am a kind of player, I'm a kind of DM who has like 2 things that I like to do. One, I like to make my own monsters and stuff for the enemies to battle. I have the monster manuals and stuff and I'll pull them out, but most of the time I'll only pull them out for inspiration and I'll make my own monsters. So you're going to see a lot of homebrew different monsters and abilities and things where I just kind of threw something together and put it into play. The other thing is that I am a role-playing GM, R-O-L-E, not role-playing, R-O-L-L. The dice tell a tale, but I also like my players to tell their story. And I will always do my best to improv and give them the best story at the end of the day versus giving them the best game at the end of the day. So if that's just a heads up for my playstyle, these guys already know, you guys already know. Let's go ahead and get into the story. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
No.
Let's do it. Let's shut the fuck up. We're going anyway.
Is that a sarcastic no, or do you actually need a moment?
Sarcastic no.
Okay. All right. Now that we got the ready out the way, who's ready for trauma?
Yay!
Dude, I've been ready for the last 6 months and you know it.
I know it. Okay. Let's begin. We return to the city of Cesrin, the capital city of Cesrin, the country. They are both the same name. And it has been roughly about 3 weeks since you guys returned from your adventure. You've had time to rest. Rena has done her best to gather people for the introduction into the for the opening of the cathedral door. There are roughly about another dozen branded. For those who don't know, okay, there are about another dozen branded here to give you guys support, but most of what they're going to be doing is handling, like, being around the town and making sure nothing leaves the castle. You guys are being created as the crew that are going into the castle. So you guys will be going into the castle directly, scouting out things, trying to find out what's going on. As the people who have been given the most information that has ever been found out about potentially ending the Age of Darkness, you have been more or less tasked to, as, like, this is your number one priority. You guys will be, you know, you all sort of have operated independently of the, like, chain of command that works for the branded, thanks to Lady Ollingen's interference in how she handled the things back when she was alive. You guys have interacted with Lady Ollingen since her rebirth multiple times, and as well are speaking of her sanity more or less being intact since the last time you have interacted with her, or interacted and spoken on their behalf. And we return to the office of Rena of Agatha.
Oh, damn, this room.
Yep, this room is still the same room. Ceres is not actually here.
This is where it all began.
This is where it all began. This is where the first episode began. So, context for people who might be watching for the first time. Branded are a special type of created people in this world. They, within their bodies, contain the fire of the goddess Varus. This shows itself in multiple ways, as well, multiple in-game ways, as well as multiple ways for the party. In-game, it is a resource. There are a number of dice equal to the number of players at the table. The dice don't really do anything specifically. It's just more an abstract number to keep track of, or abstract token that I use to keep track of. It's dice on my desk. I could probably create a prop for this when I take a break, like a text chat. But there's basically, let's see, burn your dice document. Ended dice, there we go. Named it. So I'm going to reshare it for you guys, and then for anybody who's watching this live, you can also go take a look. Here's the link below. Let me change this actually so that it just says where? There we go. And to you guys in the Cozy Potato Chat. Bam. So for those who want to know what the branded dice do, is they're basically I stole this concept from a game called Genesis. It's basically the Genesis dice that let you do a little bit of extra things. What it does for the party is it lets you blow a dice to give you several things. Advantage on skill rolls, jumping in the initiative order, taking an additional action that you have not already taken, recover from the down, unconscious, or 0 HP state. Also, death, technically, if you want to wait out till you actually die, you can come back with that mechanic as well. And this is a bonus that you can use. In response to using it, you take 1d4 plus your con or wisdom, whichever is higher, in damage to your character. You reduce your hit dice by 1 until you long rest. And my pull, the differential rain dice pull, increases by 1. You can't use this ability if you're out of hit dice or you're out of burn your flame dice. Or if for any story specific reason I tell you can't, I will always let you know at the start of an encounter if this ability has been disabled. There are multiple reasons it can be disabled. Usually it will relate to the dark goddess getting involved directly and limiting your ability to do anything.
I'm being a bitch.
Yeah, she does that. That's literally
She
her
does
thing.
I know.
I
know.
In response, though, because this is a really strong ability to give the players, I also have an ability called Torrential Rain Dice. The Torrential Rain Dice are the same number as the Burn Your Flame dice. It used to be I had 1, they had 6, but I also noticed that you guys tried to keep me from having TRDs. So I now made it so you don't have to worry about it. I already start with half a dozen.
Oh no.
So now you feel free to use the dice because I already have plenty. Mine are a little bit more advantageous. I get the same advantage on skill save and attack rolls. I can just get an extra action period, and then I can inflict despair and jump in the order. When I use a dice, your guys' Burn Your Flame dice go up by 1. I can't use this ability, however, if I'm out of dice. Now, as a DM fiat, I did write in the ability that I can use the Rise from the Ashes ability, which is the one that lets you get up when your HP is at 0. If you guys are out of dice, but I want you to get back up, it does have caveats if I'm the one that's getting you back up, and it will have, like, in-game, like, lore consequences. But this is the advantage you guys have as Brandon, is you guys have this ability. Please don't be afraid to use it. Like I said, one of the reasons you guys had for holding back on using it was keeping me from having dice. I have tentatively fixed that problem.
The other issue was people
fear
thought
running
that
down
it
my
was-
spine when you said lore consequences.
Yeah, good. It should.
Not the lore, anything but.
I recall another issue was that people thought it was like damaging their constitution.
Yes, no, it does not damage your constitution specifically. It damages your HP. And it doesn't damage your HP when you use it to get up. You just come up with half your health. So, yeah. So, that's the thing. You guys are... This is what makes you different from everyone else around you. As well as just being a player character.
What on her?
You guys have been, since Lady Ullian has been in charge, Rena has been a lot more passive with how she uses the branded, mostly focusing on dealing with monsters and getting the branded out of politics. Your group has been a minor exception to this rule, mostly due to the leader of the group, or the equivalent of what you guys have as like a squad leader / sergeant, which is Naz, who still plays to the ways that Ullian ran things, so you guys do tend to get into a little bit more trouble than you should. Blame her. That's her fault.
Entirely my fault, and I'd like to see Rena do something about it.
She has not. She still does not.
No, she won't. And she won't.
No. So, Rena has called you guys to the room.
Wait, are you playing chicken with our lives?
No. No, I'm not.
It would be chicken, if not for valid reasons why Rena won't get involved.
Fair.
Trust me, none of you are in danger. You'd be more in danger if she was playing chicken with me.
Oh god, I love Naz.
And she's now way more fleshed out than she ever was.
Ah, she's so fun. Alright, so here you guys are in the room. You've been summoned here. Rena is looking very tired, like she hasn't meditated in a number of days. She has a very worn out look. The bell that you guys gathered from the keep, from the spiders, last time is sitting on the table. It is like meticulously cared for. Also on the table, you guys notice different maps of the castle, different avenues, almost trying to see if there's like a different way that she could get in. It seems whatever happened has not popped up. Based off of positions, I would like Naz and Falry to give me a perception checks. Just you two.
Hey, first roll of the game.
First roll of the game. It was
So,
not a natural
15.
one.
To be fair,
This
I'm
feels
halfway.
about
I
right.
can re-roll that. So
Yeah.
Because that's a 26. That's a 26.
All right. Very good. Falry, Falry, you notice that Rena has not looked this tired since before the fight with the Valwood Beast, which was the last time Lady Olean was alive. She looks just exhausted, like full all the way down. The papers on her desk are like disheveled and out of order, and it's kind of hard to keep track of stuff. And like there's multiple maps just all over the place on this table. Naz, you have seen Rena exhausted many times in the past, and yet you know her to be an insanely meticulous person. You notice a piece of paper on the desk with writing on it in a familiar hand, but it's like hidden mostly under all the other papers, and from your angle at your height, you cannot make out what's written there other than just the general outlook of the script and a word here and there, and the words are like have and is.
Okay.
Yeah. She welcomes you guys. Thank you guys for coming. I know that it seems as if I have been taking my time and, you know, holding you guys back from getting into the castle, getting answers that we all seek. There have been delays. We've been reaching out to the dwarves and the Froken for assistance. The dwarves and Froken of Sesrin for assistance. They have sent a small entourage of people, and the dwarves are setting up a bit of a protection against what could come out of the castle. The Froken themselves have been taken to checking the forest and the woods and ensuring that everything there is okay, that nothing is about to come and attack us from that avenue. It has been a time-consuming process. Not only that, but as Thrym could attest, the harvest this year has been rough, so we've been trying to get more work done on the fields to get more food output so that we can try to keep people from starving. Octave, Thrym does in fact know that he has been basically working, when he hasn't been doing branded work, he's been in the fields helping to grow food. Him and several other druids that you know in the area. There is not so much a malevolence, but there definitely seems to be something that is slowing down the growth cycle in the area. Sesrin is named for the ceaseless rains it has. Even during the Ages of Fire, it tends to be a pretty rainy place, so it's not like this weather is like preventative of the typical food being grown during the ages, but for some reason it is harder than normal to grow food this crop cycle. The livestock, though, have been handling just fine. All the mothers have given birth to healthy calves and other kids, so there is at least plenty of meat to go around for another season. But with winter coming and an expected harsh winter based off of what the star charts state, there is some growing concern that there might not be enough food for everyone to survive, which of course causes problems with Faceless appearing, and when Faceless appear, abominations appear. It's a cascading effect of issues that you've been trying to work with the other druids to solve. This is cut into preparation time that the Branded have needed to get ready to go in. Rena does say, we have finally gotten a few more druids to come in from the different groves, as well as some Froken to come that are also specialists in growing food. They've also begun creating small fisheries in the area to help farm fish as well, so the food problem has been solved for the time being. The dragon waste that has been created in town has been maintained with the help of the dwarves as well as with the other work that they have done. We have managed to keep at least the border villages and the other smaller cities safe. But unfortunately, it has been getting wilder and wilder as we get closer to the winter solstice. So even the dozen or so branded that I have here are really limited to just kind of trying to keep anything from inside the castle from coming out. If I could have even gotten like 10 more, we probably could have made a invasion of the castle if we could, but as it stands, it has been decided after conversing with your guys' squad leader and the other squad leaders of the other branded groups, it's decided that your team is going to be sent in to scout out the place, see what can be found, and if possible, find out what is going on with the king and if he has either fallen to becoming a faceless or worse, or if the king is just in some sort of deep depression that perhaps we can reach out to him and get him out of.
Rena,
Yes.
what has been trying to come out of the castle? I haven't been there recently.
Rena pauses and hold on. Pull up her character sheet real quick.
Excuse me, I'm coming down from a cold.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna roll a
Each
dice.
not know Healy magic, or each would help you.
Oh, come on.
Okay, we have a swim for that.
I also know Lesser Restoration, but I can't in fact hit Lynn with that, unfortunately.
It's a touch spell and Lynn's a bit far away.
Also, hi,
Okay.
Chelsea.
Hi, Chelsea.
Hi, sweetie. Alright. Okay. We don't know. I have suspicions that part of the reason the castle was closed and sealed was to keep something in.
Okay, but you said you have people trying to keep whatever it is from coming out. Have they not seen it? Or are you just dodging my question?
Give me an insight check, real quick.
Yeah, I sort of figured you were gonna ask for that.
Yeah. Anybody else who wants to do it, is that fine? You guys are here and active, like, participants, so you can make the roll as well if you would like.
Damn it.
You have such a
Each is
bad
just spaced
insight.
off in his own world.
Of course.
17.
You're very perceptive, but you have you have trouble understanding when somebody at least close enough to you is lying.
Wow, what a shock.
What a shock! All right.
Naz doesn't people? Who knew?
Who knew? She peopled really good with like 2 people, and one of them is a giant elephant man.
That's true.
Alright. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say, and then I'm gonna tell you guys how the insight breaks down.
Mhm.
She looks at you and goes, as far as we can tell, nobody from the castle is been able to give, like, we've seen people up on a few of the parapets, and we have tried to call out to them. They have not reached out. They have not reached out back, and some of them have even, like, beckoned us to leave. So I am concerned that more is going on there. Alright. Balry and Scrag, she's not lying to you. She is not telling the whole truth. That is the information that you two are able to glean from spending years working under her, especially in the last year working directly with her as your guys' commander and captain. You guys understand that she has a tick she has when she's lying, or not when she's lying, but when she doesn't want to say everything she knows, because she can't always back it up with true statements, and she's a very fact-oriented person. So that's what you guys know. She has a suspicion of something deeper, but she isn't saying it out loud. For the rest of you guys can't, what she says seems fact.
Scrag will approach her a little bit, and they'll just point out to Rena. Just be like, Lady Rena, you're doing thing again. You speak fact or opinion?
She looks at you with mild annoyance, and she says, "So far I have spoken fact, but I might not have said everything that is suspected." And with that and the obvious glare coming at her from the side of the room, she goes, "I didn't want to add anything else because it is hyperbole and guesswork, and the source wasn't one I trusted for fact. It came from one of the mages of the dwarves, who, while attempting to understand the magic of how the gate worked in case the bell doesn't work and we needed to find another solution to get through the gates, uncovered readings of what felt like dark, and she holds up fingers and does finger quotes, dark and unexplained magics. But this is also coming from a man who uses necromancy. So I have no idea what he means by that. I am not sure how much of his word to take as facts. I merely have been told and did the best I could with the work I have, and that statement is we need to be cautious and make sure that nothing gets out of the castle if there is something dark and foreboding in there, but that the risk we need to take to get into the castle is worth the gain."
So you're letting your opinion about necromancy cloud your judgment on the fact that the dwarves' magic is how many millennia old?
That's opinionated. That itself is opinionated, because the magic that they're using is only of the recent last few thousand, maybe a few hundred years.
Oh, then never mind. I was not aware of that. Lynn does not know all of the things.
No, and neither does Naz. Also, a few hundred years for Naz is a lot different than a few hundred years for Rena. And she goes, she does go on. It's dwarves using necromancy is very new to the world. And even then, it's only to one of the tribes of Cesrin, or one of the clans of Cesrin, not even both clans of Cesrin. So, without...
Was it Bjorn? Was it Bjorn?
She goes, yeah, it was, Bjorn Stonehorn. She pulls up reaches under her stack of paper, and pulls out one. Hold on. I want to roll something in the background. Okay.
Is that Scary Dwarf Man?
Yes, it's Scary Dwarf Man. She pulls up the paper and Bjorn. You see, oh yeah, Bjorn Stormbeard. Yes, it is. It was Bjorn Stormbeard who had the vibes.
No, that's fair. He's questionable.
Lynch is catching me completely off. Yeah, so, even his contemporaries were questioning his understanding, so and none of the rest of them did. It's something I am taking seriously, hence why the caution and only sending in one team to scout, rather than sending in multiple teams to storm what could be a potential enemy stronghold. You guys are to not get into any danger, and if you do, like, you know, she puts on her commander's hat and turns to you guys, and as the team that's going in, you guys are not to put yourselves into risky situations that will end up with you guys having multiple deaths. We have enough on our plate without you guys ending up captured and or tormented or anything of that nature. If you need time to rest and then come back to continue to spy later, please just leave the castle or hole up in a place that you feel is safe and then come back. But do not take on more than you can handle. If we need to, like, bring about an army and do an invasion of the castle, we can do that, but it needs time and preparation. And if there comes a chance where where you guys believe that that's the only way to continue forward, you'll need to pull out, and we'll need to come up with a new plan.
Eat your one-man army. Eat your show how magic do.
No, we will not. We will, in fact, not be one-man armying this.
Eat your one-man army.
Orm, do something about him.
I'm literally going to just drag him out of the room right now.
Just picks him up by the horn and just drags him out the room. Irina just sighs and she's like, I'm already regretting this team pick, but honestly, you guys are one of the most experienced teams I have.
Relax. Everything will go well. We swear. We'll not do
I know.
anything reckless.
I know we are not taking Bjorn's word as law, but did he mention a specific area of the castle that he felt the dark magic in?
Most of the castle, with the exception of the near the northeast tower. Lynn.
Yep.
And
I know what's there.
No. I want to check. I'm just looking up
Okay.
what the check I want to be is. It's going to be the same for... Well, it's actually going to be different from both of you.
Okay.
Lynn, you need to give me a intelligence saving throw. Thrym, can you give me an insight check?
Intelligence saving throw. So just hit my intelligence?
Yeah, if you go in there and see where it says saving throws, if you hit the intelligence button, it'll roll the dice for you. Oh, Jesus Christ!
I don't see where it says saving throws.
So next
Is it
to
just
your
on the left side?
yeah, so if you go to the left side of your character, you'll see your stats, and then to the right of that, below proficiency bonus, you will see a square that says saving throws.
Oh yeah, here I see it. Sorry.
Yep.
Intelligence?
Yep.
Okay.
Prim sees the sun.
Yeah, I'm not doing great today.
You are not rolling your best. You're not rolling terrible. You did roll a 19 earlier.
Mm-hmm.
There is something in the back of your mind. Actually, if you want, you can burn a dice for that.
Not for this.
Okay. There is something, Naz, like clawing at the back of your mind. Like, you can feel there's something about that location that stands out to you. But, like, every time you reach to grasp for it, it just, like, slips like sand through your hands. Thrym, you know, so you've been to the castle a few times, and as somebody whose memories haven't been tampered with, like, you have noticed and have kept to yourself more out of, like, isolate, like, you're used to being an isolated creature, even with how long you spent time with Adria throughout the ages. You still tend to keep things to your chest. Interacting with people is still kind of difficult and weird because they're not, like, while you consider them like part of the herd, they are not the herd, so it gets a little hard to talk to them about some things. But because you still recall your time in the castle, you know that that's the area that very specifically Saris used to live in. Like, that was where Saris's room was, and also where Adria's old office was. You very rarely went into the castle, but, like, Adria brought you in there one time while, you know, to show, like, show, like, the big, like, new collection of star charts that she had. Most of which was given to you the last time you were in the castle, but you distinctly remember how proud she was to have collected such a large, like, stock of these, like, star charts, and they were from, like, all over the place. You know, she had star charts from, like, hold on, I have to go pull up my map now, because I'm gonna... But she had star charts from, like, Rogine, she had star charts from, Venice, she had star charts from Valais, star charts from Krajin. Like, she had a huge collection of different star charts throughout the different countries, and she was showing them off to you when last time you were in that room. That was what, like, the big thing you remember was that she wanted to share with you this little, like, hobby that you and her had shared for a while, and how much she had managed to do now that she was queen.
And sorry, I have North Tower. Was it northeast or northwest?
Northeast.
Yes.
Northeast Tower.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Cool. Yeah, the reason I was able to give such, like, a more deep description is because you did roll just so close to it. You rolled, like, above a 25. I was like, oh yeah, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, you vaguely recall that was where Adria was, and very quickly went to, no, this is the last time you were in the room. This is what you remember.
That elephant memory be like.
Like, they have to remember things from, like, bygone ages.
Yeah, they do.
A reminder, Thrym is the one of the few people in the country who have actually lived in the previous Age of Fire. Dude's old.
He do be old, and yet he's only middle-aged.
Yep.
Naz and Thrym are equivalent ages.
The leader of so just, like, fun fact, the leader of Thrym's herd was alive and into his, like, early 100s during the last Age of Darkness.
Oh, jeez.
That is how old these guys
The
can
Ages
get.
of Fire are way longer than the Ages of Darkness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, he old.
He old.
Alright. So, she's like, so you guys have that information, and, just...
Yeah, it was Cassidy.
Yeah, Cass gave you Gifted Contagion. Let's see, what else do I have?
No.
Let's see, I'm gonna shoot two of you guys a message.
Harper's crying again.
If you need to take a baby break, just let us know.
Well, my husband will come up if he needs me.
Alright.
I hear it. Let's see.
You can hear Harper crying through walls.
Alright, I have sent two of you DM messages. I'm going to give you guys, either of you, a chance to react to it by DMing back.
It's /WDM in the
Oh, I was being because
Discord.
I am chatting with using the chat live. I am not DMing them in Roll20.
Okay.
I
Gotcha.
DM them in Discord.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to ping a location.
Okay.
That was for the other person.
That was for the other person.
Yes, they requested
Okay.
to know that detail.
Okay.
All right.
Bless you.
No, that was a cough.
Okay.
Did I stutter? Bless you anyway.
I want just real quick
Mm-mm.
to figure out what happens. I'm gonna ask for wait, hold on. All right. I'm gonna ask for an initiative check just to see which one of you react first from Falry and Naz.
Sure.
Was it initiative? Oh.
Initiative, just to see which one of you makes the action first. Falry gets to act first.
What the fuck? That's not fair.
All right, so
Holy shit!
like I said, I don't want to keep this like super hidden in the back. So basically, the paper that both of them noticed. So Naz noticed the paper before. Falry didn't notice the paper, but did notice something was off. There is a paper on the floor, Falry, that definitely has some familiar writing on it. Like to you, that writing is familiar.
Wait, hold on. Real quick, we need to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen.
Our first
nat 20 of the game.
First nat
sure,
20
first nat 20 of the game.
in a pseudo PvP position. I am very good at this. All right, so Falry walks over, and she, as Naz is like casually making her way over, and Falry picks up the paper. You told me you were not planning on covertly picking it up.
No, she just like, oh, it's just a paper on the floor. Let me pick this up, and then she's like, oh.
As you pick up the paper, you're not picking up a lot of the writing because there's a lot written here, and it's written in Sylvan. But at the bottom, you do see the statement from Olian Sesrison. I don't know if you have Sylvan as a language.
I do not.
Yeah, you are not Gnomish or Elvish, so you would not have Sylvan.
Yeah, because my languages are Celestial, Common, Infernal, Halfling.
If you have Gnomish, you have Sylvan.
I don't think I do.
You should have Gnomish. You're a gnome. It is base for
I
gnome.
have Common and I have Thieves' Cant.
Thieves' Cant what? I cannot.
And English? Bobby, you speak English.
You should have. So, for those who don't know, you should always have your racial language. So, Orem would have Orcish.
That's not what I wanted.
Orem would have Orcish. Thrym would have Elephant Cant.
Elephant Cant what?
Elephant can't have its own language. Kobolds would have Draconic. And because Gnomish and Elves, Gnomes and Elves come from the Fae in this realm, they would have Sylvan instead of Gnomish or Elvish. So Naz does know Sylvan because she knows, because that is the language of her people. Now, you might have chosen not to have it, which is perfectly fine, but you should theoretically have access to it if you want to.
I mean, I have it. It's there now.
Yep.
I have Sylvan.
Yeah. As you approach, and you have very good passive perception, so as you look and you see Falry pick up this letter, and like her eyes, like Falry's eyes widen as she reads like the last words, you read that this is a letter from Olian to Rena, and it is basically seems to be answering a question about how the bell works. It's hard to tell. It definitely has like the usual Olian kind of meandering conversation. But she has a letter, and that letter is from Ollie.
I mean, eventually you learn to sift through that conversation.
Yes.
Yeah, is it dated?
No.
Okay.
It can't be too old though. Like, Olian has been dead for over a year. So, with Olian being dead over a year, any letter would be kind of a little bit faded, a little bit yellowing, and this definitely has more of a, like, newer paper. It is still kind of like a parchment paper and seems a bit, like, foreign, but it's definitely, like... Give me a perception check, and
Okay.
I guess Naz, because you're close enough, if you also want to
Sure.
know about the date.
Sure, why not?
Very
what
good.
The fuck?
Jesus Christ.
That is a unnatural.
Never
20.
mind.
You can go ahead and still give me one.
No, it's fine. We have the answer.
Yes.
All right, someone take the dice away from Kendra before she uses all.
You see, no, what it's gonna be is the second we get into any sort of combat, that's where all my
Yes,
luck
it is.
goes.
Contagion.
That's gonna be Naz rolls well and Valerie rolls crap.
Yeah. So, yes, Falry, like, you can't... It's hard to describe, like, there's no date in here, there's no time, it doesn't even, like, it definitely appears to be a reply. But you can tell this is a new letter. More specifically, Rena looks guilty as sin, but doesn't know, like, she definitely doesn't know or look like how she wants to talk about it. I rolled really shitty for her deception roll. She definitely doesn't look like she knows how she wants to talk about it, and it definitely looks like, upon retrospect, you can tell that the reason her desk is so disheveled was very specifically to hide the paper in your hand. But you can't read it. She does cough and, like, hold her hand out and be like, "Can I have that back, please?"
Naz is gonna interrupt Valerie. Let me see that.
Okay.
The paper now belongs to Naz.
It's like, she probably would know. Yeah, Naz would probably know how to read it.
Rena just kind of, like, she has that look, like, she closes her eyes, she just breathes in through her nose, and she's like, this day cannot get any worse for me.
When did you get this?
I got it about 3 days ago. Naz, you recall one of the crows you you don't know why you think this, but there was a familiar crow that you interacted with recently. Like, you didn't interact with it, you were just casually, like, relaxing in the barracks. It was raining, so you were actually, like, outside and enjoying the weather. The weirdo that you are. And you noticed a crow fly into Rena's office and then leave. It's not unusual because a lot of the, like, Rena does still use the same, like, messaging system that Adria does, where she sends a lot of messages via, like, magically awakened crows, and it's not unusual, but the specific crow you saw looked familiar to you in retrospect. Like one that Olian would use very frequently with you.
Okay.
The reason it sticks out is that it has a few white feathers amongst the usual, like, collection of black. Most of the other crows are pure black.
That's a nice piece of information to have now, instead of questioning it 3 days ago.
Yep. Like, you didn't... It was one of those, you saw it, and it didn't register in your head at the time. It was just like, oh, Rena got a crow. And then kind of went back to just, like, whatever you were doing at the time. Like, you were busy. Even though you were relaxing for the day, you were getting ready for... You knew this was coming, so you were preparing yourself and the team for it.
Okay. So now that the letter's in my hand, can we get the more detailed description of what important things it says?
Yes. So, the letter, the letter goes, Dear Rena, thank you for deciding to trust me. I know our last interaction was very, tense, but I am glad that you were able to see past this to see that I am, at least in spirit, who I think I am. I know it was difficult, and I know that you were trying to protect Saris at the time, and I am super thankful for that, but, and I am, grateful to you that you would reach out to this, old soul even now. To answer your question about the bell, You basically need to ring it. You need to hold it above your head and ring it high. And it has to be you. It has to be whoever is in a leadership position to have the ability to open the door. If, for instance, you tried to have Falry or Thrym open it, Thrym might be able to because the magic just may recognize him as the leader of the druids. But Falry, even though she could probably be the next branded captain, would not be recognized by the castle as somebody who has authority to open the gates. It goes on in this like long rambling tangent about like Olian talking about her understanding of the magic based off of a conversation she had with Sebastian.
Naz skims all of that very briefly.
It's 6 paragraphs long, and each of them are about 100 to 200 words.
That's typical Olian's writing, so Naz can sift through it.
Right. It's 100% like this is all the like she just went off on a tangent. You actually like flip over to the back and there's more written down. And it gets to the end, and it gets later on, and she goes, I don't know what has happened to King Einar. I refuse to go into that castle and find out. Send Naz and make sure that she retrieves a book called, shit, what did I call this?
Your notes, boy!
My notes!
Fucking no.
His notes!
I have like 5 notes opened.
More notes.
It's none of them are the right one.
Why are none of them the right one?
Because I have random notes for like the ancient lore.
You need to start organizing these.
I do. I need to do.
Oram, Itra hear interesting reading going on in there. Can Itra go back in?
Are you going to try and take?
I'm not reading it out loud.
That's the joke.
All right. She's like, you need to make sure that Naz finds the tome labeled "The Journey of Saint John." It's not actually the journey of the Leondai ancient worshipper Saint John. It is in fact a book I had Sebastian disguise that is a translation for the ancient language of the Grassilites. Gracilites for those who want to write that down.
Sounds like my baby's happy now.
Good. Glad she's happy.
Happy baby.
I never told her because I never had the heart to tell her the secret language that I used was not gibberish, but in fact a dead language. But make sure that Naz gets a hold of that book because it's going to help her understand a lot of things in some of the other books that she is going to want from that room, as well as it will help Falry understand something that I left behind for her. I am under the impression the last time I talked to them that they did not find my letters, which makes sense considering that I can't even say my own name anymore. It is entirely possible that nobody remembers that I used to live within that castle and took a lot of my work there to spend more time with my husband. It goes on a bit more, rambling about like her frustration at people not remembering her name.
How many pages is this letter?
It's 1 page, but written in very fine, very cursive script. You're used to this writing, but she fits so much in like a foot of paper.
She could probably write on a grain of rice.
She can. She actually like legitimately
can. She has very small hands.
She has very small hands and very like intricate writing. It goes on basically saying, please don't let Ceres know she's a princess. She already has probably enough trauma with the fact that one of her mothers died last year, her other mother died this year, and she doesn't remember the fact that her father is the king. And I doubt meeting him right now is going to change everything, judging by how things looked when I left the city. And then the last paragraph is just her being, it's Alian being Alian. She's very encouraging to Rena, telling her, "You're doing a great job. I know so many people are probably giving you crap about how you were doing things, but considering how abandoned we were when I was leading, and how much more I have already seen of improvement since you've taken over, you're doing a great job. Make sure that Falri understands what you've been going through before, as you train her to take over for you." And then it's signed from, warm wishes. In common, it just says warm wishes, Alian Sasrison. And that's the end of the letter.
So are you planning to actually talk to us about this? Because there's some key information in here that we needed.
I was going to tell you on your way in to look for that tome for me. And she pulls out, like, she reaches into the dress, pulls out. You hear her give, like, this insanely difficult grunting noise and the sound of something, like, grinding in her desk. Before she, like, reaches in and, like pulls out two, like, flattened books and sets them on the table. And she went, I found this drawer a while ago, and after a longer while, I was able to open the drawer and I found these two books, which were, and you can see on the front, it says, one is, My Trials as the Sesran Captain by Alian Sparks. And then the second one is Being a Better Leader by Queen something garbled Sesrison. She holds out one of the books to you and goes, "Go ahead, open it."
I do. And let me guess, I can't read any of it.
None of it makes sense. It's in Alian's well-known made-up funky language that uses weird letters that don't exist in any language you have ever interacted with in your years as her shadow. None of it is legible. I mean, it's her writing, but it's much like all the other times you tried to sneak in and look at her notes. None of it makes sense at all. All of it is gibberish.
Silly language, huh? Whatever the fuck that means.
Grassolite predates my people's journey and your people's journey to this world.
I'm sorry, it predates your people's journey?
Yes. It predates, because it predates my people's journey, it predates Falri's people's journey. Scragg's people may have known about it, but back then they would have been worshipping dragons. The only person who would potentially know about them is Thrym, and I haven't had a chance to ask him about them yet.
We'll do that another time.
Thrym, you actually have heard of the Grassolites. They were the ancient human kingdom that came before Stormgond. It's a tale passed down to Loxodons as a tale of caution. Basically, they delved too deep and went too far, and that's the reason why the Wild Wastes to the far south are the way they are. You've never journeyed to the Wild Wastes. There has been no need to go there. One of your cousins, you think, hard to tell, debated making the journey down there to see if potentially if that area still can see the stars, but your cousin was also a little on the cuckoo side.
I've heard the name in stories, but certainly do not know the language.
Yes, you absolutely do not know the language.
The fact that she knows the language is ridiculous.
She always knew things.
Yeah, because she's a fucking psycho. Who else goes to delving for an ancient language just to write her fucking notes in it?
Rena goes, "Oh, that one's easy." She reaches up and grabs a book off the top shelf and puts it down next to it. You see the phrase, you see the story Life and Times of Fitz Sparks, written by Fitz Sparks, and as you open the page, it's written in the same gibberish language.
It's fucking Fitz, of course it is.
Yep. Apparently, Olian and her father discovered how to speak this language and would often communicate in it amongst themselves. Everybody just thought they made it up, and they never corrected anybody because for them it was a nice little father-daughter thing.
I never got to meet him, but I knew she got her crazy from somewhere.
I had the pleasure of knowing him. He was both the reason why she is as crazy as she is, and also as noble as she was. The reason why Falri was taught the way she was taught was because she felt her father was a better emulation, a better role model to emulate than herself, and taught her that way over her way. From what I gathered in in a different letter that I had, from a different conversation I had from her, she has also taken to following that path. She kind of looks, for all she tends to be passive with you, Naz, she does look at you and go, I do not wish to discuss that conversation at this time, and we have a job we need to get done.
I'm taking this letter with me.
Fine. I was hoping to keep it, but
I'll give it back to you when we're done.
Fine. She sighs, and then you see her slowly reorganizing her desk. Everything quickly goes back into, an organized order. She definitely took time, right before you guys came in to disorganize it. And she goes, shall we go?
If we must.
Is Itra settled?
As settled as he can be.
Let's go.
Itra's outside bouncing on the palms of his feet.
Itra's a little bit pouty, but he's okay.
Alright. Let's go.
Foley will say to Rena, when you get a second, please, go the fuck to sleep. I know you don't sleep, but go in a fucking trance. I don't care.
I will, once this mission has started, and you guys are at least underway, I will go and rest.
Good. Thank you.
Now to throw a wrench immediately into that suggestion. Alright. I have had my water, I'm ready to talk more.
So, wait, Naz, tell Itra what happened in room. Itra not there. Explain like Itra 5, even though Itra 6.
Oh my god!
You're gonna love this, Itra. We need to go find a book. There's an
Ooh.
ancient language and everything just for you, buddy.
Does it have pictures in it?
Probably not.
Fun fact, it does.
Itra like books anyway.
Naz doesn't know that.
I know Naz doesn't know that. Oh, there's so many pictures. Oh god, all the pictures. I have notes on the pictures.
You have notes. You have words about. They say a picture paints 1,000 words, but you have to use 1,000 words to describe a picture.
Yeah, I used 12 because I'm not good at art.
Itra not know many words, so Itra can't draw pictures.
Oh, that hurt. I don't know if I just caught a stray from that or if I just caught, an aneurysm from that.
Yes.
I definitely caught something from that, that's for sure. Alright. So you guys are now, after that rather long-winded introduction, you guys are now at 1 second.
We are now at 1 second.
It's been a couple of seconds.
No, that's
Yes.
the location. That's the name of the location. Now we're at 1 second.
Oh, I thought that's where the hand was on the Doom clock.
Wow. Man, there's just a whole bunch of misinformation going around here.
God damn it.
Okay,
Itra confused.
I'm back. Sorry.
Man's confused too, bud.
So, you guys walk through the town. You guys see the things with the dragon. It seems the dwarves have taken over management of it and are in the process of taking back that bit of wasted time in the town. If you guys want to take a moment to buy some supplies, I'll continue the RP, but if you have time between now and when you enter the castle to go buy things like potions, things like special
How much money
arrows.
do we have?
Yeah.
I have 15 gold.
I did not
think
pay
I have
you,
money.
so you guys each get 150 gold, and I meant to do this ahead of time, I haven't even written down. You guys get 150 gold from completing the last mission because it was such a harrowing mission.
I have
Cool.
How many
I added that
shinies?
to my-
Orem,
all
you were
confiscated by one.
given the 2 bags for the kobolds and told these are theirs, and you are expected to at least make sure they are fed and have supplies.
Yeah.
So,
Suck it up, princess.
yeah, so you guys try to do that in the background, and I'm going to at least continue on the story so we're not at least a little handicapped while we're doing that. So after you guys have a moment to gather stuff from sound, go talk to your favorite goblin alchemist in case if you were hunting for potions, or your local Fletcher and blacksmith if you were looking for arrows or weapons, or your local
am I
goblin
keeping track of my
alchemist if you're
arrows
looking
now?
for... Yes, magic arrows are a thing you can go buy. I really liked using them in perfectly fine, Kenda. Magic arrows are things you can get. The ones that you have access to right now are poison arrows, cold arrows, fire arrows, and lightning arrows.
Oh, but I don't have to keep track of my normal arrows.
You don't have to keep track of your normal arrows, but if you buy the special, like, extra damaging arrows, you have to keep track of them and keep track of which ones you buy.
Okay.
They are on the wiki dot for those who want to go and check. Not a sponsor, but thanks for the help anyways. All right. I'll let you guys chat out what you guys are gonna do in the chat. That way, chat can see what you guys are talking about. And so you guys come up. Basically, there's a large bridge between between the castle and the city proper. There is a cut in the river. This is more because it's designed to let people come into the castle and protect it in case of an invasion. Especially for the farmlands, because most of the time they will come into the city and come up to the castle for safety, and then they will then be, once the danger has averted, they will be sent back out to the other side of the farm where they will, where people will work together to bring back their lands. This is basically a secondary defense within the city. At the gates nearby, you see kind of a put-together stone, protection area. There is several wooden balustrades that are reinforced with stone either in front of or behind them. You notice different local guards, Froken Knights, and Darkling Dwarf rangers spread out amongst the groups. The Froken and dwarves are definitely side-eyeing each other, but they have at least put aside their usual quarreling and differences to come together and support of the capital. Several of the different necromancers and clerics have created small areas for healing and taking in the sick and the wounded. There is actually a station where some people are coming and getting food, including people from the city, which they're not being turned away from, but they are being warned that if there comes a shortage, they will be turned away. And yes, up above you, kind of looming a bit in the distance, as is the first gate to the castle, where it's a gate in front of the bridge, and then it goes across to the bridge proper. Is a large, stone door. Upon this door, engraved in blue crystal, is the face of a screaming, or a roaring bear, which is
Screaming bear.
Screaming bear. a large roaring bear, which is the the sigil of the kingdom of Cesrin is a roaring bear on it, and then intricate runes done up in dwarven and elvish and draconic all along the barrier.
The baby's happy again, by the way.
Yep. I think you said that.
I will continue to no, because then she was crying again.
Oh, okay.
And now she's happy again.
Okay.
I will continue to update people on what I hear from noises from baby.
That's fine. And then you see you do see a familiar dwarf, though he is off to the side, and while he's not pretending not to know you, he's also not pretending to, he is kind of, keeping to himself a bit, and then, nearby him is a, what looks like to be a Froken female, cleric of a different, persuasion. The two seem to be conversing a bit. Unlike most of the other dwarves and Froken, they seem to be getting along rather fine. And then nearby, you see a red-headed dwarf woman that has the same black escrella there, and pink eyes that come with most of the Darkling dwarves. She has plate armor on and a rather large maul, and definitely carries herself with an air of authority. And then on the opposite side of the walkway is a kind of bare-chested Froken man. He's carrying a large wood and bone axe over his shoulder. He has kind of one of those poisonous frog colorations onto him. He's a bright red on his back with yellow tints along his chest. He is wearing armor on his lower half, but his upper half is completely bare-chested. Upon his chest, though, are deep black runes. And both approach Rena at the same time. Each of them introduces themselves. One of them goes, the dwarf goes first. She puts a fist across her chest and goes, Captain Rena, I am Chieftain. I call her. The notes.
Lucia, what do they mean?
Yeah, she
Your
puts it.
notes are scattered as Rena's.
Yeah, she part of these notes is improv. I'm grabbing from one of my other character notes. I had to pull up my random character name generator notes. She slaps a fist across her chest and she goes, Chieftain, or Clan Chieftain, Edith Corpseborn. We're happy to report that the battlements and enforcements have settled up and been mildly tested. They seem to look good to hold anything short of a large of the entirety of the Royal Guard coming out for war. The Froken nearby lets out like a ribbit, and he goes, Caribou of the Cesrin Froken clan here as well. We have set up small healing stations, as well as reinforced and coached the local guard into some of our training rituals. We've set up defensively as best as we could with Chieftain Corpseborn's help, as well as created a few fallback positions into the city proper. We are hoping not to do that, but we have designed the fallback points to pull away from the city center, or from the civilian sectors, as much as we can. Rena thanks them, and she says, we don't know if they're going to come out right away. We don't know what to expect. Make sure your peoples know to hold their fire. I've told the guards to wait my order before interacting. We will make sure that we have You know, we don't want, if somebody is coming out to talk peace, we do not wish to shoot them down in cold blood. They nod. They go and talk to their peoples. Rena turns to you guys. She goes, "All right, I have the bell. I have people here to watch out for you guys. They know specifically that the group that I was going to show up with were going to be the ones that go in. I have one of the groups of branded making rounds around the city to ensure that no faceless or abominations get us from behind. The other branded squad is scattered amongst the different groups, you know, doing what we do, and being ready to push forward if we need to. Are you lot ready to enter the castle?"
We need to buy some stuff first.
What was that?
We bought the stuff on the way there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't think. I don't know how to math it. So.
Yeah, like how much this stuff costs.
Does it not say? Okay, hold on. Let me go grab a book.
Nope.
It's fine. I'm assuming you guys want either minor potions or moderate potions.
What's the difference? Pretty much.
Minor is like the lowest kind of health potion. Moderate.
I think he
is,
wants to
like,
know the number difference.
Yeah.
Okay. I just grabbed my books. Hold on.
If I were to shove one down your throat, how far away are you from death?
All right. So I like to I watched a couple of videos about DMing along the way, and I like the idea that you guys, if you spend an action to heal, you just heal everything.
Like
Actually, if you
actually
no, scratch it. It wasn't action. If you spend a bonus action to heal, you just heal everything.
Okay.
And the reason I like that rule is because that means I can hit you harder.
Oh no.
So is there no difference between the potions then?
So the potions have higher dice pools. So one of them is like 44 plus 4.
Oh, so you heal for the full maximum amount.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
that-
understand.
Yeah, because the way I was thinking, I was like, wait, so we just heal the full? It's like,
That's what I was wondering. It was not very
Yeah.
clear.
Maximum potential heal, not
Yeah.
heal to max.
Yeah, maximum
Yes.
potential heal, not heal a max. My bad.
Good.
Okay.
I'm just
So-
gonna
Something might show up in the chat. I'm hoping it doesn't. Okay, it didn't. We're good.
potion.
It's not like a secret, but
Potion. Item.
So in the player's handbook, the base, like minor potion of healing, is listed at 50 gold.
Okay. What page is that on?
I'm almost on it.
I'm glad that we have two people with the player's handbook.
I
150.
have it as well.
150.
Then pull out
I
the
was
player's
one
handbook,
page off.
Kenda.
Listen,
I
I'm not
have a
buying it.
PDF. I have a PDF. I can't flick pages.
I
Alright.
don't have this stuff.
Potion of healing, 50 gold. Yeah, and that's the basic one. You know, I bet you the fancier ones are in my DM's guide.
Well, we're looking at
2d4
that.
plus
I
2,
have
so it
these
heals. It
patterns.
would heal you for a maximum of 10. All right, pulling up the DMG. Potions. Usually
It's
this book
like
has a
just
whole
looking at equipment.
139. Yeah, I know. I was planning on avoiding this, but sometimes you can't.
Yeah, it only lists a regular potion of healing. Nothing.
Oh, it doesn't even. The DMG doesn't also have that book. God. Well, we'll just. Alright, so you guys have access to the
Do the
regular
internet.
potion. The regular healer potion, which heals you for 10 when you drink it.
Alright. So, 3 potions. One for each of for me, Scrag, and Itra.
Okay. So each of you guys get a healing, minor healing potion, and it heals you for 10 HP when you drink it.
Yeah. And then I'm going to assume that we're not coming out of there easily. pretty
You
much.
might have an ambush waiting for you when you try to leave, but you have been told if you need to leave, do what you need to.
Okay, also I found it. It is so it's 100 gold for greater and it's 44.
Yeah.
So plus 4, so
No, 16. 44 is 16.
16. 16. Okay.
44 is 44.
I'm going to
Normal
throw a
person
shoe at him.
now. Yeah.
From the
And then-
heavens
Alright.
comes the boot.
I saw an opportunity. I had to take it.
And then the question that I have is arrows. You said that there's magic arrows. Can I do that, or is that just...
Yeah, no, magic arrows are an item. It is basically a one-use item.
Oh, okay. And how does that work exactly?
Let me pull that up. Shoot. The Wikidot's actually being functional at the moment. Fire arrow. Flame arrows, my bad. And then the Wikidoc decides it's going to crap out on me again. God damn it. Okay. It says it's in the DMG, so let me open the DMG. Oh, hey, there's rules for madness. Neat. I might need that later. 135.
Lucia, do us all a favor and rip that page out of your DMG.
I refuse to. They don't make this DMG anymore. They have the new 2024 DMG. We
I have too many fucking books.
too many fucking pages. Distance arrow should come around the same place as armor. Oh no, they only have one arrow. It's arrow of slaying. And they're very expensive. Okay. I'll work on that one.
Okay.
I might have to like if I can't find something, I'll homebrew something up for you and Lynn, and I'll get back to you guys on that.
Okay.
For now, just tell me like you're setting aside like 100 gold for me to like make magic arrows for you, and I will add them later.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Same for you, Lynn, or are you buying more potions?
Okay, I'm out, so that's just 200 gold. That down.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay. Sounds good. Alright. So are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Lynn is in the bathroom, so let's take a quick 5-minute break, have everybody just run to the bio real quick and get stuff done, and then we'll continue on.
Okay.
Also, grab water.
Grab water if you have not already grabbed water.
I will roll my stealth check to leave. 1 sec, I gotta roll a disadvantage.
Yeah, I was about to say, roll at disadvantage. You know, still not terrible. Only a 7, so everybody with a passive perception sees you.
There's one D&D podcast I listen to that one of their opening lines is, I see you failed your stealth check. Now welcome back.
I like that. That's clever.
Alright, I'll be...
I'm sorry, I said that I was in the bathroom. I said I was going to the bathroom while we numbered things. Hello, chat. Are we enjoying the session tonight? I'm gonna do my strimmer thing and talk to
opportunity
you.
to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I know. I already took my break.
Oh,
I was in the bathroom.
I didn't know if you heard that.
I literally went to the bathroom! I'm glad you're having fun, Cass. I'm also glad that we like the way Naz looks. The full body, I think, is being worked on. It's either being worked on now or it will be worked on tonight. I'm hoping to
back.
see it soon.
I'm back.
So you are, and so am I.
My only question about Naz's look was the lack of dagger, and I could only assume that she wears it on her back. Like,
No. So that was, I've asked Shadati to move the quiver. The dagger is on the bottom of the quiver, like the sheath for it.
okay.
Like, actually hangs off the bottom of the quiver. It's attached to it. So that it's still within arm's reach. Naz wears her quiver on her side. Shadati put it on the back just out of habit.
Yeah.
Like, on the back of the waist. But she wears it on her side. So I've asked her to adjust that.
Mm-hmm. And because of how the quiver is set up, you'll see the dagger poking out from the other side.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Because it's just on the bottom.
Yep.
Like, it just hangs off the bottom. It's like it got, like, sewn on or whatever the sheath did.
Lynn Cassidy admitted it
I'm looking,
live on
looking,
chat.
I see it.
I love that. So, for those who missed it or might be watching this on YouTube, Cassie says, I got to admit to Lynn, I always thought Naz was a goblin until I saw her appearance, and I always forgot she's a gnome. And this is because Lucia always plays goblins, so he's corrupted me. And it's true, a lot of my goblins have a same or similar... They're either absolutely like insane, or they have like a similar or same attitude as Naz. In fact, one of the potential characters for a campaign that Contagion might be running soon, that both Cass and I are in, one of the character concepts I was rolling with was going to be a monk that had a very similar attitude that Naz to what Naz has.
Nice. So I'm gonna do up like a little mock-up for you here, Lucia.
Mm-hmm.
So you can see what it is I'm talking about.
Sure.
Because I have Fire Alpaca!
What did the alpaca do to deserve to be fired?
Do not question.
Okay, look, after journeying through Dawn Trail, I understand alpaca must be fired, so.
Mm-hmm.
Back.
Welcome back.
So you are.
Oh
my god, no. It's
I'm
okay. Nobody panic.
I'm annoyed at these dice that I'm using. They're the torrent/burn dice, the ones that I'm marking as the torrent dice. They're the Nova 10th anniversary dice that Chelsea got me for the 10th anniversary of that convention. And it's got the little like Nova open stamp on the number 6 spot, which is nice. But they didn't line up all the dice to go the same direction. So sometimes at the bottom of the 10 is the number 5. Sometimes it's the number 4. The only number that it can't be is the number 1. It's so annoying.
That is fucking annoying as shit.
Yeah, it bothers me a lot.
I am not an artist. Gentle reminder.
I know.
This is why I leave the stuff to Shadati.
I do. My plan is for Einar's boss, as I'm going to try to calm Shadati between now and the next campaign to see if she can do him up.
Nice.
At the rate I'm going, you guys might not get to him till session 3, which is perfectly fine, because once you kill him, you guys get a level up, so perfectly okay waiting on that one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking snip this, because I don't want to save it.
Yep.
But you'll get the idea, I think.
I am going to pop a 60-second ad break, and then I'm going to check to see if you guys are ready to continue after that break.
Oh no, the cat has invaded.
Alright, so...
Hi, Stan.
Added
Gotcha.
the potion. No idea what the weight is.
Yeah, don't worry about weight,
And
I
then-
don't keep track of it.
Yeah, okay. And then the magic arrow thing eventually.
Eventually.
And then I'm
We'll
also
show that.
tracking their gold as well, and I have it in the bio.
Nice. Okay,
Essentially.
so you're tracking both of their golds to make sure they don't.
Organized.
Yes, and I'm carrying them, so yeah.
Mhm.
Cat,
That's-
can I help you?
I do find that
That's
like
like
I
a-
do have a hilarious concept where when Aurum withholds money, Scrag and Itra go hunt down Rena. Be like, we deserve to be paid so we can get ice cream. And Rena just cannot say no to them. So she just gives them each like a silver piece, which is enough to go buy an ice cream. And you just wonder where they keep coming up with ice cream with you holding on to all their gold and silver.
No, like it's never explained.
No, they never say where they get it because they're worried that they will be told they're no longer allowed to have it.
I'm just assuming they're stealing it.
that's way better. Okay.
I mean, the question is, do you care that they're stealing it?
Obviously not.
Evidently. It keeps them off your ass. They have ice cream. They're minding their own business. It's like having toddlers.
They just disappear for 2 minutes and then suddenly they have ice cream and you have
It's
so
like
many
going
questions.
to my sister's house and her daughter is entertaining herself with a cake pop. No one has to worry about her. She's got food.
That's super fair. All right.
You literally.
Itra has come back.
Yeah, phrasing there, bud.
I'm gonna just assume Itra's too innocent to know what phrasing you were implying. But are all you guys ready to go?
Yeah.
Good.
You both, Itra and Scrag,
have
both
an
have listed on your sheet now.
Awesome. Kojin, Octave, you guys ready to go?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I love your stuff, yeah.
We can't put out a ready check in Discord, unfortunately.
yeah, I can't ready check.
Everyone just party up in Final Fantasy.
Yeah. So as you guys like nod that you're ready to go, Rena raises the bell high above her head, and she goes, "I, Rena of Agatha, do demand entry into Castle Cesrin." She rings the bell once, twice, 3 times. The crystals along the door begin to glow and emanate with an ominous blue aura. Its light shines out brightly amongst the city, causing you guys to reactively cover your face. You hear stone grinding upon stone, and you can see slowly the gate begin to pull away and into the wall. It's a slow process. It's about 10 minutes before the gates are fully opened and dust and debris stops falling from
10
above.
minutes?
Yeah, it's a slow process.
We're talking full on King Zora Moeep.
Yeah, this
That's
shit.
exactly what it is. We
This shit slowly pulls apart, and then a stone slab comes up once it's complete. Covering about a 10-foot jump radius so that you can cross the border. And on the other side, limping towards you guys, is Knight. Almost all of you recognize. His armor is wearing the blue surcoat of the Knights. It's a surcoat that is pretty common. It has the same roaring bear is on his chest, though it does seem to be blood-stained. What is usually a shorn military cut is actually long, lanky, and stuck to a very worn, drawn-out face of a half-orc with very dark, near obsidian black skin and deep red eyes. He seems to be using the sheath of a greatsword as a almost like a walking stick, as he kind of stumbles and limps towards you. As he gets closer, Rena just drops immediately just drops the bell and runs and catches him before he collapses. What do you guys do?
You said that we recognize him.
Yes, you recognize this half orc. Some of you more intimately than others. Bari especially recognizes this guy because he basically was the man who mentored you for probably the first 6 months of your physical conditioning to get you to the point where your body could handle wearing armor and a giant weapon. This is Oberon, formerly of the Branded of Cesrin, whose last role that he had, formerly of the Branded of Cesrin, formerly of a Knight of the Royal Blood, lastly as the king, one of the king's personal bodyguards.
Valerie would definitely just run up to him.
All right, so Alfari runs up to him. Who else runs up over there?
I'm not running, but I'll move up.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Give me. I'm just gonna help Chelsea out with something real quick, and then I will be back and we'll continue this. Apologies for the interruption.
Chelsea, you and your ankle.
Chelsea, I
It's
can't
okay.
believe
It's okay.
you.
He's just tucking his wife to bed like a good husband.
My husband doesn't tuck me into bed.
I'll tell him to step up his game then.
No, he has to watch the dogs while the baby sleeps.
All right.
We don't sleep in the same room right now.
Oh.
Cool.
In a doghouse?
Hermes is Hermes, right?
Yep.
So we can't have him waking up the baby. So hubby sleeps downstairs, and I sleep up in the bedroom with baby right now. Until we get her into her own room.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Which will probably be August or September, I want to say. Like, she's ready to start sleeping in her crib, I feel like. But I'm not in any rush for that.
She's not sleeping in his crib right now?
No, she's not. She's bed sharing with me because she's a fucking Velcro baby.
Oh. Okay.
Or she has been for a long time, but, like, she's sleeping fairly well without needing my help. Lately, at least at night, so I really do feel like she's probably close to ready for her crib, but again, I'm not in any hurry. I kind of want to wait until she has
The rolling
some more,
over thing
like, she doesn't have any object permanence right now. So when she can't see me, I'm gone forever.
Mom left me. She abandoned me. I'll never know happiness ever again.
That's exactly what it is.
Dog.
Wait a second. Yeah, that sounds like Hermes.
Well, so Sherm, I have a fun fact for you. Sorry, Kojin.
no.
You are correct. That is exactly what dogs are like. Dogs have no object permanence.
So Hermes does not, in fact, know when Mom leaves that Mom's ever coming back.
So that explains why my dad's dog will go nuts if they so much as go outside to get. But my cats will just give me a look of where the heck were you when I come back from a week and a half vacation.
Wait, did you guys not know that dogs don't have object permanence?
I did.
No!
I didn't know dogs didn't
didn't.
have object
I
permanence.
probably would have guessed it, but I never knew it was an actual fact.
It is an
Yeah.
actual fact.
Yeah.
Today.
Fun fact about cats with object permanence, because they actually have object permanence, if you disappear for a long time and your cat gets anxious, they often worry that you died on a hunt and that they have no means of taking care of themselves. So that's why cats can be particularly excited when you come back, or particularly anxious if you're gone for a while.
I've
All
known
right.
cats and dogs leading my entire life. I never knew that.
Yep. Alright, so getting back to it. So you guys either run or casually meander up to Rena. Rena has Rena and Oberon. Rena has Oberon like on the ground, like he definitely like collapsed as she got to her, and she kind of like helped him down to a laying down position. Everybody has like crossbows pointed at your guys' general direction, but nobody is shooting, nobody is doing anything, everybody is following orders. Oberon, as you
So the Tuliolan standoff.
Yeah. As you guys approach Oberon, his normal dark skin is actually particularly ashened. And he has a very drawn look about him. And Naz, you notice this a little bit easier than everyone else because you have experienced it. He has the look of somebody on the edge of starvation.
Do we have any food rations to give him? Actually, is that something that you're going to want us to keep track of? Rations?
Have food rations in your pack. Don't keep track of them. Just have them because in case you'd be like, hey, I give food rations. I do track being like, okay, remove one from your pack.
Okay.
Like you always have plenty food. You always prepare to have plenty of food for a journey, but if you plan to give food out, you need to keep track of that much.
Yeah, Itra want to share food. Itra think he's starving. Itra know what it like to be hungry.
Oh god, actually, yeah, you're right. Both you and Scrag would also notice that he is starving. Rena stops you and goes, your heart's in the right place, but now is not the moment for that. Oberon looks up and he sees Rena, and then he sees Naz, and he goes, like, in a delirious state, he goes, oh good, Lady Naz is here. That means that somebody can save Adria. And, like, a bit before anybody can ask a question, his eyes close. He is still breathing, but he does not appear to be conscious.
Itra need doctor!
Naz is looking at Thrym right now.
He trained Dr. Thrym.
Falry's right next to him, right?
Yes.
She just puts a few points of lay on hands into him, like 5 points, at least a little bit.
Okay.
See if that does anything.
It does not stir him. You do notice wounds he has, specifically along a side where you stick your hand, and it comes away sticky. You do notice that he has, like, wounds, but it doesn't seem like he is dying, if that makes sense. You do heal the damage, but he does not wake up. Both Rena and Naz are now looking over at Thrym.
Yeah, Thrym has been holding back and did not really even pass the gates until he heard the word Adria.
Yeah.
He said, could you all hear the name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You say Adria?
You can't say Adria.
Rena, what does that mean to you?
When Itra goes to say Adria, what do you say Adria in reference to, Itra? Are you referring to Lady Olean or the name Adria?
I say Adria in reference to what I heard.
He says Adria. Like, that is heard properly. I will take insight and or wisdom checks from anyone who wants to give me them.
Yep. We're doing this.
Vern's got it.
Wisdom saving throw?
No, wisdom, like, click the wisdom button.
Okay, that's why I wanted to make sure.
Yep, not wisdom saving throw, wisdom button. Lynn's got it.
Hey.
Or, Naz has got it.
So does Thrym.
So does Thrym. I kind of don't want Itra to roll.
Oh god.
Orm's got it.
Yeah.
Falry's got it. Scrag's got it.
Oh!
Alright, go ahead and roll Itra, because I'm curious. Go ahead and roll Itra, I'm curious.
Natural
Did you
one.
get it?
Natural one.
Natural 1.
Let's see.
6, close enough. Alright, I'm gonna start with Itra, and then I'll do the other 5. Itra, like, yeah, you know there's something weird with Lady O. Like, there's something weird about the idea that her name might be Adria, but I mean, Adria's just a name. You don't understand why it's so hard and why people can't say it. Like, you were just saying the name. To the other 5 people. You guys realize, like, immediately, like, shortly after Itra says it out loud, he's not saying it in reference to Lady Olean. Like, very specifically, Itra just said a name. Like, in retrospect, you know of children and young adults who have the name Adria. Nobody can really recall why they have that name or that name is so popular, except for Thrym. Thrym, you do know that Adria was a well-beloved queen and a well-beloved branded captain, and also a very out there and noticeable one. Like she went and spent time with the people. So lots of parents named their children, named their young girls Adria after her. And even a few boys are named Adrian, after her as well, to try to inspire them after the namesake. To the rest of you guys don't quite know why Adria is such a popular name. You can make the guess in the same reason that if it's true that Olean is Adria, then, she was beloved. It wouldn't be too much of a stretch for people to name their kids after them. But you all, with the exception of Itra, are able to guess the fact that the reason Itra can say the name is because he's not specifically referring to Adria the gnome. Ugh, I was proud of that one.
I maintain my question to Rena. What does that mean to you?
Rena, scowls. She goes, which part? The Lady Naz part? And she goes to say Adria, and it comes out flawed. She then...
Fucking...
she throws a question mark and goes, okay, whoever he's referring to.
Fucking all of the above!
I don't know, to the first one, to the Lady Naz thing. You can roll insight if you want. She's telling the truth. She doesn't know what's up about the Lady Naz thing. You do recall it's not the first time he has called you Lady Naz, though. Actually, go ahead and give me, Kenda. Go ahead and give me a... What's your highest? Do you have a wisdom save or an intelligence save? You have both. Or you have wisdom. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Nope.
Yeah,
Nope.
figured.
Absolutely not. You do recall, Balri, you think maybe it was a joke that you and Lady Olean and Oberon used to play on Naz. You feel something tingling in the back of your mind that it's this explanation isn't right, but it's the only one filling in the gaps here. But you do know that you have made Naz mad at you by referring to her as Lady Olean before.
No, Lady Naz.
Lady Naz before. Often she would actually shoot arrows at you as part of your training because you kept calling her Lady Naz. You remember one time, in fact, getting Lady Olean in trouble because she found out that, or Naz found out the only reason she was being called Lady Naz was because Lady Olean, the only reason that you were calling Lady Naz was because Lady Adria told you to.
Lady Olean.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because I assume she would think, yeah, this was how she initially called Naz, and then she learned, oh, that's not what I'm supposed to call you, and then she just kept on doing it to frustrate her occasionally.
Yep, it is something you still do to tease Naz to this day. But yeah, that's the best you can fill in the gap. That is something that you and Oberon and several other people did for Naz over the years. Oberon was the most consistent.
Why are we questioning that?
You're questioning it because something doesn't feel right with the way he said, "Oh, Lady Naz is here."
Why is Rena questioning it?
Because something doesn't feel right to her about why he referred to you as, "Oh, Lady Naz is here."
Okay.
As far as whoever is going by Adria, and she says it out loud. That actually goes by Adria. She's like, okay, that's all right. Whatever that person is must not be the same person that we think it is.
I don't think I like the sound of that.
I fear the answer is further inside the castle.
You mean the
That would make
direction
the
he
most
came
sense.
out of? Shocker.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
She gets with the a couple of dwarves come up as well, and they grab. She with Rena's help, they grab over, and she's like, "I'm going to take him to one of the camps, see what I can do to get a hold of him. If he wakes up and can give us more information, I will have a mage send you guys a message to let you know what we know. We only have about 2 to 3 sendings per day out here, so if you guys feel you need more information, just leave the castle if you can, and come back for it."
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go.
Come on, Vominos. Everybody, let's go.
Fuck off!
All right. So you guys are going into the castle?
There's hardly any time to lose. The guy just came out starving to death nearly.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome to the castle. Let's see if I can drag you guys down to where you need to go. Ping everyone.
This looks like a good place to find
Focus
some
ping.
magic.
There we go. This room you see that is completely black is the room that your characters spawn in. Please put your characters in on this little lovely blue rug that I put in. Ignore the like rust color stains that we'll be cleaning those soon.
How do I do that again?
Click your character and just drag them in
From the character.
from the character
menu.
thing. So if you come up to the character thing and just drag your character in.
Also, damn, cheapskate, couldn't even roll out the red carpet for us?
Cesrin's big color is blue. This is the equivalent of the red carpet. Alright.
The gate is behind us, I take it?
Yeah, the gate is behind you. Like, so there's a gate there's a gate that goes out across the bridge. Then you come across onto like a landing platform. The landing platform is mostly greenery with some growth into it. I didn't go into too much detail there. And then there's another gate to go into the castle proper. That door was open, and you guys were able to get through it and are
stand up here with Flores
in
since I'm supposed
in
to
here
be leading
properly.
this charge.
As you entered, you noticed no guards upon the parapet. It has been noticed, and this is information that you have, Naz, and gave the party as well. It has been noticed over time that that there has been less and less noted guards on the wall. So you guys enter this area. This area is so this is not the full size of the castle. For retrospective, this is basically how I set this up. This is a condensed version of the castle. Each room that has something important in it or has a discussion in it, I will change to a different room that is a enlarged version of that room. Most of this is just, hey, this is the room you guys are in. We're going to talk about this room while we're here, and then when you guys move on, you will pick which direction you want to go, and then we will go through those doors and move on. So, as you enter, this area is, there's a hanging chandelier above, completely, like, broken in places, definitely not taken care of. There is blood all over the place. Bones in the corner. There is cobwebs everywhere. You see, many... It seems like many, like, bodies of the different stewards and servants are mostly dead here. And things to note is that some of these bodies tend to be missing odds and ends. Limbs such as legs and arms are not attached to torsos. Sometimes torsos are taken, but legs are left behind. You see odd hands here and there. Lots of hands, actually. Lots of hands and feet.
Someone wasn't hungry. No one's seen llamas with hats. My stomach was making the rumblies that only hands could satisfy.
Oh no. It's been ages since I've seen that.
They put out the epilogue like last year.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah. It was fucked up. Exactly the content I expect.
It's llamas with hats.
Yeah, it's great.
I don't have the sweat emote in the chat. Damn it. I
do. In mine, at least.
Yeah, I have yours. Yeah, that one. That's the emote I want to make right now for that statement. Alright, cool. Alright. To your right, there are 3 doors. Each of them as covered in as much blood as the last, though the one furthest south, this one right here, is covered in the least amount of blood. There are 2 doors to the north, one here and one here. The other 2 doors on the east side, by the way, are here and here. And then you have one large door to the west. And yeah, this is what you see right now.
Are any of the doors already open, or are they all?
All of them are
shut?
closed. It looks like the door to the west seems chained up. The chain seems to have been recently put there.
And I see anything that, in regards to like activity of people going in or out these doors.
Give me a survival check.
Where is that?
It's
There
towards
it
the
is.
bottom of your skills.
It is literally the bottom of the sheet.
That is... Hold on, I'm gonna pull up the character thing. 17. There are bloody steps that go in a lot of directions. There are very few bloody steps that go over here. There are several that go here and here. A lot of which are, like, questioned out, like, that seem to go back and forth in this direction or back and forth in this direction. You see a few kind of come into here and then go out and go over here, or go out and go over here. You see a lot of bloody prints around here, and you see what seems to have been a scuffle right by the door.
What do you got?
Looks like the bottom right door doesn't seem to have been used that much.
Bottom right door. Bottom right door.
Do any of these doors have like openings or such, like bars on like a little window or something?
This one does. The others do not.
Could I send Pikachu can cast invisibility on himself, so I'll send Pickett through this door here.
Let me just...
I don't know what symbol you want to use for invisible.
hold on, let me pull it up on my GM side. I believe there's a ninja mask one in there.
There is.
Yeah.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah, that one. That one's perfect. Alright, let me just grab a reveal areas thing.
Excuse me. Oh, got a hallway.
It's a hallway. It bothered me that black line was still there. Yeah, so Pickett enters the hallway. I cannot... Come on, let me select. Alright, Pickett enters the hallway. There doesn't appear to be anything in there. There doesn't appear to be any traps. Pickett does notice, and you notice as you look through her eyes, There's a lot of cobwebs and dust.
There.
And there seems to be another chain on this door, but this one has been there for a while. It's barred. Pickett thinks that like Scrag or Falry could probably break the lock on this fairly easy.
Gentle reminder: Pickett's pronouns are they them.
That my bad. They
Because
feel
they're
like feel like Falry or Scrag could easily break through the lock.
Okay. Okay, guys, do you want to do strong stuff or sneaky stuff?
I mean, I'm more partial to strength, but starts moving her armor as you just hear clank, clank.
Yeah.
Scrap, smash.
Where do you need it?
Y'all see just his fists, like his hands that were once just like kind of like casual, like not tense at all. You just see them turn into fists, and then he just kind of like bumps them together, and then just a little like smirk across his face.
I love it. I love it.
All right,
And
yeah.
then-
Where do you need it?
So we're gonna go in the hallway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Naz is sort of eyeing the north doors, thinking about that tower they were told to go to.
Yeah. Give me a... I'm just trying to look at what role I can do for this, because there's no such thing as recall knowledge in 5th edition.
Mm.
I don't think Pathfinder 2E
history
has
check,
it.
maybe?
No, that doesn't fit with this particular one. Give me give me an investigation check.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably investigation. Oh, good. Never mind. We'll go through the hallway.
Yeah. Again, you feel this itch in the back of your mind. Again, it's unnerving you because it's becoming more and more frequent. You do know, like, you don't know why you can recall this. You know that doorway does lead to more stairwells. It also leads, like, adjacently to the throne room.
Oh, the one down to the right? Or the ones in front of us?
The ones in front. Both of these doors, like,
Okay.
you don't know why you can recall this information. You recall that they lead to the same, like, hallway. And that hallway also contains, like, the doorway to the
throne room.
The throne room.
Okay. Seeing as I can't confirm or deny the location that I'm trying to get to, through this door it is.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
You feel like both roads lead to Rome.
Yeah.
But only one of those roads has a massive super boss behind it.
More massive than you think.
I haven't even added him to the thing. I don't think you guys are getting to him tonight.
Probably not.
Scrag, you want to move yourself along?
Alright, you heard him, everybody. Speedrun strats.
You
No,
are
we do
getting
not want to
close to
speedrun
that.
Backwards long jump through the walls. Got it.
Oh my god. Alright.
No, that
Like,
fucking trick is ridiculous.
But first, we need to talk about parallel universes.
But first, let me take a selfie.
Alright. Scrag, you walk up, like, you know, cracking your knuckles. You have a feeling this lock, as you look at the old, rusted, dust-covered lock, is not going to give you much trouble. Give me a strength check. Or an athletics check if you got that.
It's,
oh God.
Athletics, yeah, I've got a good boost in that.
Yeah, I just checked. Yeah, you got one.
Okay.
For the record, by the way, with skill checks, I do not play ones as failures. If he rolled the one, he still would have broke this. But yeah, no, you give it a pull, and the entire chain link just breaks apart, and the door kind of falls back on its hinges.
Yeah, I don't think that was a sturdy door.
No,
It
really.
reveals
More hallway.
more hallway. Not a lot of hallway. It's mostly stairwell. Okay.
Well, we would kind of look up to see what.
Oops.
Well, no.
Sorry.
Nope.
I moved you guys while moving my GM
It's
screen.
a black void.
Oh no, not a sphere of annihilation.
Who has dark vision?
We entered through the door and we entered the back room.
I've never played that game.
I didn't know it was a game. I just know like the concept of it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I was saying it's a sphere of annihilation, which if you enter it, you immediately get annihilated.
Mr. Ozma, is that you?
All right. So you guys are checking for traps? Give me perception check. Pickett and Falry, since you guys are in the room, perception checks from both of them. Because Eitra can look through Pickett's eyes, we can also do a perception check from him as well.
Well, you want to know the funny thing?
Pickett's got a better
Is that-
perception.
Pickett's got a better perception than Eitra does.
Can't imagine why. Maybe because Pickett actually has because they actually have a like perception, a wisdom save.
It's almost like they have a functioning brain cell.
Wow.
Listen, Itra's one brain cell works very hard, and you shouldn't discredit the effort he puts in.
Sherm, can you do something for me? Can you
Yes.
roll intelligence to see what you roll? I'm genuine.
Intelligence?
Yeah, just roll regular
Or-
intelligence. Not saving throw, just... You can just click
From,
on
wait, from Pickett or from
Itra.
From Eitra.
Okay.
I'm genuinely curious.
Well,
-1.
That's about right.
That's about right.
That's about expected.
look, Eitra has a -1 to intelligence and a 0 to wisdom. So
He's
He's
out
doing his
here
best.
doing his best.
He's living
Um,
his best life.
So Pickett checks up the stairs, comes back down the stairs, gives like a thumbs up. They're like, yeah, I don't see any traps. I don't sense any traps. Falry takes a look. This definitely, it's not a used like stairwell at all. It hasn't been used for what's gotta be a long time. But as she inspects it a bit more, she notices small footsteps in the dust. Like small, like as small or smaller than her own like shoe size.
Somebody's at least been here at least somewhat recently.
Your best guess is somewhere in the last like, because there's enough dust to cover it to be like, okay, it hasn't been recently, but somebody has come around here, and based on the pattern, they saw something. But yeah.
Okay.
Does she know if it's going up or down or
It
direction?
it came down, walked around this small room. It never left this small room. It looked like there was a small scramble with something, and then it went back up the stairs.
Follow would just kind of give like the motion to start coming up, and she's gonna start going up the stairs.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good sound.
oh,
No, it's like of the like 3 ways I expected you guys to go, this was probably on the like lower spectrum. Bing. There you go. Here's your room.
Oh boy.
You guys come out up here.
Wait, where are we? Oh, there we are.
Yep. I focus pinged. It should have dragged you guys here. Let me focus ping again, just in case. What'd you
Oh, let
say?
go of my camera.
No. You will look where I tell you to look.
No, you can't make me.
Very crowded in here.
I literally can't. Yeah, it's a very tight room. So remember, this room is like actually much smaller. This hallway is probably about like 40 feet long to the door.
Okay.
But there is a door.
But there is a door, and Falry is sitting there looking at it.
She kind of waits it for everybody to get up, and then she opens it.
Itra, you gonna put yourself on the map, buddy? Or did you put yourself on the map and I'm missing you?
I did not yet.
Okay.
Do it.
Just for the sake of convenience, I'm not gonna pick it on.
Do it now.
That's fine. All right.
She opens it.
You open the lock? You open the
The
door.
door.
The door.
The door.
Hit on
Door.
the floor.
Door.
What to do, Dinah?
Ew, keep your fantasies to yourself.
Oh, it's so purple.
It's so purple. It's a very gaudy purple. It's a purple that stands out in the back of several of your guys' minds. Like, most of you feel like you've been here before. To be fair, the Branded do go in and out the castle often enough, but like, God, this purple really sticks out.
Naz is like trying to blink the purple away.
It's so purple. Like,
it's so purple.
It's very royal purple.
The
Alright.
diner said, "Let's make this purple," and then thought never went any further.
Yeah. You recall vaguely, Falry, that, like, you remember a conversation, you're not sure why you remember this conversation, but you do remember that it was based off of the king's, like, parents, like this was one of his mother's favorite color or something. You have no idea why that just, like, thought entered your mind, and as, like, much as it, like, entered, it, like, escaped.
Okay.
Alright, so...
There wasn't anything.
Yeah. Nothing to worry about. So, this hallway goes, all the way to the wall. You can kind of see a wall way down at the other end, and I'm gonna roll something behind the curtains.
Yeah.
Ooh, finally, a good roll for Naz.
Oh no! Oh no!
Okay.
Naz, like, your heart starts to race, and that itching in the back of your mind is getting, like, stronger and stronger. You have snuck along these wall floors, like, before, like the gaudy purple fucking floors that for some reason Einar just never got rid of, no matter how much you begged Adria not to keep. And like, you have a moment, like a pause where you're just like, why do I keep mistaking the name Adria Allian? And it's going back and forth, and it's actually like, it is driving you slowly insane, and in the back of your mind you can hear her laughter.
Fuck!
You good?
It's nothing. It's nothing.
Okay.
That does not sound like nothing.
Do an insight check.
There's a deception check on your end, by the way. Ooh,
I
Onyx
know,
Path
I'm
is
rolling.
rating me for 10. Alright, well, they're rolling. Thank you for the raid, Onyx Path. Welcome. Like I promised you guys last week, this is my D&D session. We are playing
Oh.
episode 1 of the
Oh!
of the Cozy Tato D&D campaign. I am titling the Monarchs Madness. They have just found out some juicy information, so welcome. Alright.
Eacher just puts on a puzzling face,
Scrag.
staring at Naz, and is just like,
Okay.
Scrag, evens or odds? I didn't.
I'm gonna
There you
say evens.
Okay. Scrag knows.
Darkness. And obviously Aurum knows.
Yeah. Aurum knows, Scrag knows, Falry knows. Trim probably already knows, but doesn't care enough to like call you out on it.
Trim knows he doesn't need to roll.
He just knows.
I'll
It's
let
like-
him have that one.
Alright. Everybody but Itra can tell that Naz is definitely lying. What she's lying about is anyone's guess, though. Like, none of you guys rolled good enough to be like, oh, you know exactly what she's lying about. It's just like, she's saying she's fine. She absolutely is not. She is sweating. Her eyes are very, like, suspiciously looking back and forth. She's keeping what appears to be a level head. She's looking forward. She's not, like, acting out of character, but like her eyes are shooting back and forth, like she's looking for something at the edge of her vision. She definitely has like sweat gathering up under her goggles, and like her hand keeps drifting close to like the base of her quiver, only to like come back away like, no, not right now. Now is not the time for it.
In L.A. Noire, you were expected to read facial movements.
Itra, read the facial expressions.
Ishra is still staring at the purple floor, like either trying to decide whether or not it's gaudy or if it's like beautiful, and is in a very long-winded discussion with Pickett over whether or not this is like the best floor ever. To which Pickett seems very excitedly saying, yes, it is.
At least someone enjoys the damn floor.
But Itra think there might be more red.
No, red would clash. Red would clash so hard with the purple. What you need is like a splash of like yellow or orange in here.
Itra keep that in mind for Itra's castle in future.
That splash of orange coloration makes Naz tweak a bit. Something is bothering her more.
Okay, so besides the hallway, do we see anything else like on the doors or? Are they just doors?
There are several doors. Let me ping them. That
Many
you guys can
doors.
see immediately. There's some further down, but it's hard to tell. There's something going on with this door up here. There definitely looks like to be something like slammed into it and like nailed shut around it. You see two doors immediately here. Falry can note one over here, as well as a hallway that continues further down that way. You know that you're on the east side of the thing right now. Most of the east side contains like the upper floor kitchen, the upper floor dining area, and like some sort of rec room. You're not sure why you know this, you just do. But that's about all you got. For those who don't know, I am rolling these things when I say these things out of character. These are being said on purpose.
Well, then I guess it's a matter of which door do we choose.
There is an awful lot of blood on the door right next to you. And in fact, the rug nearby does look like it's soaked in it.
No, like, windows on any of these doors?
There's windows on like the doors going down this hallway. But no, most of these doors are just kind of like doors. Like they're fully blocking like view doors. Almost like privacy doors, you feel, like to give people a little bit of like privacy. The door up here specifically does not. It has a window that can be viewed through.
So is this door right here that was extremely bloody?
Yep.
Yeah.
Blood soaking through. So the door itself has just mostly bloody smear prints on it, but on the floor has blood soaking into it.
Flavia's gonna go up to it and put her ear.
Oh, you're putting your ear up? Okay.
She's not opening it. She's gonna put her ear up to it
Yep.
to listen.
Give me a perception check.
Perception.
Perception. 8. You hear noises from within. You're not sure what you hear. You do hear a repeated, like, thud, thud, thud noise coming from in there, but it's familiar, but you can't place it.
Falry kind of gives like a motion of there's somebody in here.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
doesn't say anything.
I'm gonna do something.
Okay.
Because there's a shadow next to this door.
There's a lot of shadows all over the building.
Okay, perfect. I have the invisibility thing I'd like to do.
Yep. Let me just go ahead and do this while you're doing that.
Before that, I'm gonna motion for Falry to move back.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Just real
fine.
quick. Because you guys can see down this hallway now.
Oh, nice. Let's see. Oh boy, lots of doors. Oh jeez.
Yep.
Mhm.
Lots of doors down that hallway.
Oh, Lucia, by the way, I don't know if you obviously no time to implement it now, but there is
I don't
line
pay
of sight
for it.
feature, I think. I can gift it to you.
I don't. I'm planning to move to Foundry sometime
okay.
between now and the next episode or two.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so just don't.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, most of up here is covered in shadows. What few light fixtures there are very flickering at best. So it's not hard for you to step up to a shadow and use your ability. Let's see, what should I mark you with as to motion that you are invisible?
The ninja thing is fine.
Oh yeah, that's right. We were using that for Picket.
The ninja mask.
Yep. Picket is also still invisible, I believe. I believe that lasts
Correct.
for upwards of an hour. Alright.
Picket,
So you are now
Picket's
invisible.
Picket's is
Okay.
permanent, I believe. Picket is is just concentration.
I'm
Mhm.
just gonna push Itra back a little bit.
Yep. Isha, you feel something push you back a little bit.
Everyone needs to get away from this door. And I'm going to crack it open as carefully as I can. Would you like me to roll for stealth?
Roll me a sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand? Okay. Sleight of hand.
Isha, knock, wonders if Picket. Okay.
Oh.
You rolled the sleight of hand. The door makes the tiniest creak as you push it.
Mhm.
You don't hear anybody react to it.
Okay.
You push it a little bit more and you feel like you can probably squeeze yourself through that door, but with the creaking that the door keeps making, you're worried that any more noise will attract attention.
Can I see anything inside the room from where I'm standing?
You see that it's a kitchen and recognize that it's a kitchen. You see what looks like to be one of the royal guards. You've seen them before. They're not something new to you. They're wearing their armor. They have their deep navy blue surcoat on. They do seem to be covered in almost coat speckled with different blood. On the floor you just see lots of blood. In the corner that you're peeking through, you just see what looks like to be a stack of mortal remains, human, dwarf, maybe even a halfling in there, just piled in the corner. Then the smell hits you, and you realize that something smells an awful lot like sweet pork. And, but you can't really catch much more than that, other than the god-awful smell of, overwhelming amounts of blood just filling your nostrils.
Okay. I'm invisible.
You are invisible.
Is the crack in the door big enough for a sprite to sneak through?
Oh, it's big enough for Naz to slip in if she wants to. It's big enough for
Okay.
Picket to slip in.
I would argue it's safer for Pickett to go in. They can keep higher flight. And they're smaller than me.
Yep.
Itra. Like, she's gonna whisper as quietly as she can. Like, send your fairy in.
Okay. Pickett to send Pickett in.
Pick it.
You do know Naz's voice. They're close to several of the maps you've made, Contagion. Alright. So
Yeah,
Pickett sneaks in.
through.
Is Pickett trying to be stealthy at all?
I mean, since Pickett is invisible, and I think I would, judging by how Naz asked it of Itra, then yeah.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Okay.
Stealth check for Pickett.
Yep. I was, yeah.
Oh,
He's-
I don't think Pickett feels stealthy, my guy. I think Pickett is stealthy.
Exactly.
Alright. Let me just get that. I roll a nat 20. Nope. Yep, nope. Yeah, so Pickett sneaks in, and there are 2 guards in the room, and a large, muscular-looking monstrosity. It's as tall as Thrym and about as broad, though it doesn't have the typical Loxodon-like appearance. It definitely has something fucked up with its head, though. And you can sense Pickett complaining about the smell of blood, and as you look through her eyes, you see a lot of bodies in here, as well as something that definitely looks like a torso cooking on a, stove.
Okay, and Pickett just as quickly and quietly as they can, just.
Yep, you passed your stealth check, so and very high. They're able to get in and out without noticing.
But one of the big ones is in there. Big ones? Uh-oh.
Quiet.
Shush.
Let's just take a note of it and move on.
Do I need to roll sleight of hand again to close the door?
Yes.
Okay, doing that. Everyone get ready to run if I fuck this up.
Quick question for future reconnaissance expeditions. If I have wanted to have Pickett do this on someone, would they be aware of it?
Right, touches a creature magically knows the creature's current motion state. Yes, because they touch.
Okay.
They can Pickett can make a sleight of hand check to try to make it subtle. And that I'll allow, but there is a chance that it can be seen.
Right.
Just because they aren't seen doesn't mean they aren't felt.
Why is my sleight of hand check worse than the last one?
Because that was you rolling a 3.
I know. I'm mad about it.
It seems like you hear something step up close to the door, and you hear like right, you might not have been able to hear that knocking noise. You hear a knock at the door.
We heard it.
Oh, okay, cool. You hear the knock, you hear that noise, and you hear a gruff voice say, "Adria, go back to your room. You know how the king is about you being out after hours."
Oh.
And you hear the sound of somebody step away from the door.
I'm going to assume that they finished closing the door.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, the Naz successfully closes the door, but it makes a loud creak as it does. Somebody walks up to the door, knocks on it a few times, and tells somebody named Adria to go back to their room.
Okay, Naz back up here.
Does Naz wish to attempt to dive into her memories?
Yeah, sure.
Give me an intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
You
No.
you know that Olian's room, you're not sure why, you know that her office was on this side of the building, but her room was near the northwest tower.
I thought her office was in the northwest tower.
Her office is in the northeast tower. Her bedroom, you know, is in her northwest tower.
Okay. Poor baby has the hiccups.
Harper has
What's
the
she
hiccups.
Tired.
Tired. Trying to take her to bed.
The
Hello,
little
Mr.
baby.
Naz. Wait, you kept the fucking AC on.
Oh shit. I forgot.
Room too cold for the baby.
Yeah. Did you turn it off or do I need to?
I shut it off.
Okay. You'll just have to bear with her then for now. She doesn't seem too upset at the moment, so
Give Harper a hug and kiss from all of us.
I will do that later.
Don't want to wake her up too much.
No, no, she's awake, but she just
Mhm.
got the hiccups.
Yeah. Lovely baby time. Alright. So yeah, unfortunately, it's your access. You can feel that this scratching is holding back your memories. And while you think you know who's doing it, you can't prove for certain that it's that person. The touch isn't cold enough.
Okay.
Yeah,
I know what that means.
Yeah. I know you would. I know how I could phrase that.
Yeah.
But yes. Thrym, you also, in fact, do know Adria's room was in the northwest tower. You do know that there is another bedroom on this side, all the way at the far north. At the northeast side, there is another bedroom. It seems it's past this broken door, and is this door up here. That was Sarah's bedroom.
You think that again? I was scrolled down.
Yeah. Let me ping focus. So this location right here. Yeah, that location right there is the bedroom that was Saris's former bedroom.
Okay.
That's the only bedroom on this side of the tower that isn't down this hallway. You know that there's a couple of rooms down this hallway that were used. You don't remember which ones. It's been over a year since you've been here. You do know that there is a few bedrooms here. You have even used one of them yourself. There's several bedrooms in this area, and then there's also like a war council room or something, and then some sort of other like guard-like room, or maybe it was a steward's like collection room. You don't quite remember. There was something to do with people who lived in the castle around here, but most of these rooms you remember being bedrooms. Alright. Where does the party decide they want to go?
Not in the kitchen.
Yeah. No, it's a question of. Because clearly we're not going that room, so what?
We're not going in that room.
Yeah.
Each no like cooking flesh.
Oh, we can see down that hall. I want to see what we can see up here.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you doing it sneakily, or are you just kind of?
I'm kind of like quietly walking past the kitchen door and then going back to normal after that.
Yep. Okay.
Chloe will do the same.
Let me. Oh. Need to roll up where people are at. One,
More hallways.
Yay.
So many
Well,
hallways.
okay, but I can see that one of them just connects back down to the hallway that we
Yeah.
could see down before.
Yes. So these
A
connect.
second, is this Final Fantasy 13? Insert
No,
joke.
don't even.
Too late.
Don't
It's
insult
too
me.
late. He already did
Too
it.
late, he's done it.
He did it.
All right. Take a D4 boot damage.
Ever to the head.
Well, boot to the head. I'm kidding. You don't actually have to take that damage.
Yeah, but you did it.
Well,
Just
Idra feels the wrath of God on
Wrath of boot.
Just
Yeah.
a psychic boot comes out of nowhere.
I don't want to snap the center. Snap the corner. Thank you. All right. So yeah, this hallway, you guys can't fucking see.
Yeah.
Right, yes,
Imagine
the others.
seeing the
Okay.
hallways. It's almost like the DM has the power.
Fine, I'll do it over here. Okay, can you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, these hallways are connected.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Figured.
You at the corner of your vision, you see a group of people. I'm gonna ping it here. I have to keep swapping computers. You
I
see
gotta zoom out.
a few guards walk down these stairs. Like they just walked down the stairs on some sort of patrol. But it doesn't seem like there are any other guards in this hallway.
And which way are they going besides off the stairs?
You can't see it. So you see how there's stairs right here. There's another pair of stairs over there. Let me.
Are they? Which way are they going?
Up, down, towards us.
The castle only has 2 floors, so they're going down.
Like, down in, like, how do I do this again? This? Like, this direction?
No,
Sorry.
like down the
Down
stairs.
the stairs.
Oh, going down the stairs. Okay, sorry. How do I erase that?
Just had to select it.
It was the ruler.
You-
It was
you-
the measure that I needed.
Yep. Can I select that? I can. There we go.
Okay, thank you. It was the
Yeah,
measure
if you
that I
if you
needed,
if you
sorry.
click and drag with the select tool, you can delete anything you create. So yeah, it seems like at least on the east side there are no guard patrols at the moment.
Okay.
So I guess we can. So those are probably going into those 2 north door rooms that we saw when we came in.
Yeah.
Which means that they're probably gonna pop up this other set of stairs.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Aside from the doors you see at the end of the hallway, you do not see any doors along, like this wall or that wall.
What are these doors mostly wooden?
These doors are mostly wooden. There's a couple of stone doors,
Right.
but most of these doors are wooden.
I'm going to go ahead and cast Detect Magic. So I sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of me. It is blocked by 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of carbon metal, a thin sheet of lead, or 3 feet of wood or dirt.
Okay.
I see a faint
my
aura.
my other DM was like, instead of listing all that in the effect text, he was, but it's blocked by bullshit.
Yeah. So continue. Continue, Octave.
I would see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and I learned School of Magic, if any. So
Okay.
but I would still sense it without seeing it. I just wouldn't see the aura.
Yeah. How Trying to figure out how to think this. Is it concentration, or is it just like you do a sonar check?
Yes, concentration up to 10 minutes.
Okay. I will keep that in mind.
Yep.
You sense an underlying malevolence throughout the entirety of the castle. There is
Good to know.
something dark and foreboding festering here. And it's not like a typical, like, you've dealt with like dark forces before, beast and like foul magics. You've even helped like cure scouts and stuff who've come back from Melmimia. For those who don't know, Melmimia is a country that is full of Dracia worshippers, who is the evil god, and tend to use much more dark, corrupting magics than most of the other areas. You've dealt with that before. This feels less like those kinds of magics and more like an underlying cancerous sickness.
Cool. So bad vibes, we already knew that.
Yeah, bad vibes, you already knew that, but I get to describe it to you, because you can sense it.
Does Thrym make any outward motions when he senses this stuff, Octave?
No.
No.
He's very
it's not
stoic.
new information.
This is just how it is.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, we already knew this place was fucked. You do get a slight ping from this room, like something a little bit more focused in that room.
Mhm.
But nothing like, it's more just like a stronger concentration of the malevolence.
Don't go in that
Alright.
room.
You also know there's something terrible in that room, and you probably shouldn't go in there.
Yeah.
Avoid the battle.
Alright. Which way do you guys go? North or west?
I say we need to figure out how this patrol's going.
You're welcome to hang around if you'd like. Thrym, do you know anything about this area?
Saris's bedroom is just further north down the hall.
Saris, Jesus. Sorry, not Jesus. That's a language habit for me. Replace that Jesus with whatever it would be.
Gods or stars is the typical, like,
That's fair.
equivalent of, Jesus. Usually, in Naz's point of view, she would go by either by Alien's gods, by your gods, or just by the gods.
Okay,
Oh,
we're gonna change that to by the gods.
Yeah.
I forgot the letter said that.
Okay, then I guess
Um,
head up there.
Also, to answer Bongos' question a little bit, judging by the first floor, like, foot patterns, you know the patrol's going this way more than likely, and it's either going to do one of two things. He's either going to go out southward, or he's going to come up these stairs. If you give me another survival check.
Okay.
10.
Nope.
You don't take this as like you got it wrong, therefore ignore my words. You have a feeling that based off of the pattern of patrols, they are more than likely to stay down on the first floor for now, than come back up. You can't prove that you're right. You're not confident in that vote, but you are at least fairly certain that you're safe for at least the next 10 to 20 minutes.
How much longer does Pikachu have with invisibility?
As long as they're concentrating on it, they're invisible.
Up to 10 minutes.
Up to 10
No,
minutes.
the sprite invisibility is permanent.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Well
I think
then,
Yeah. Lynn's, I believe
We
your
have a
invisibility lasts the 10 minutes.
Let's.
I I say we head up to that door, but we leave Pikachu out in the hall and see where these guards are going.
So you guys are heading up north?
It doesn't tell me how long.
Oh. What does the spell say? Spell says
The invisibility spell says 10 minutes.
Shit. It's supposed to be as the spell, so now I have to go check. Dot. Okay. This is regular invisibility, not greater invisibility.
Yeah. Which generally still
1
gets
hour.
the job done.
1 hour.
1 hour, nice.
Yeah, so you've got 600 turns.
Great.
Yeah. So, I suggest we go up to that room up north.
Okay.
Naz
then
is like moving people like with light touches. They're used to it by now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then I look towards Etra and ask him to keep Pikachu out in the hall in this area to see when the guards come back and which way they go.
You hear a huff of an annoyed fairy. But she will comply to whatever Etra requests. They will reply to whatever Etra requests, sorry.
I will continue to correct you until you
That's
get
fine. I'm gonna get it wrong a lot, but I do not mean it in
That's
any
okay.
malicious way. I'm just trying my best. Alright, so you guys all move north?
My best.
Yeah.
it.
Alright.
Can I pull a fall right here and roll perception with my ear against the door?
Sure.
I'm not going in anywhere without listening first.
Yeah.
Oh.
Carefully doing the things.
Yep.
We won't go in unless if there's a reason that we need to burst down the door and hope for the best.
Yeah.
on.
Coach, and you gonna move north?
Really?
Oh my god.
Somebody help me, I can't roll.
Oh, sorry. Oh my goddess.
Kojin?
Kojin?
There he is.
Well, I'm right next to you,
Alright.
so...
Yeah. You can go ahead and give me a perception check as well for him.
Yeah, Orm, help.
Alright.
You can't do it. Thank you.
Neither of you hear anything on the other side.
Okay, I guess I will very carefully push open the door. Sleight of hand?
Yep. If you're trying to sneak into the room, it's sleight of hand.
I'm always trying to sneak in. I'm gonna roll so much.
Mm-hmm. The door opens soundlessly.
Okay.
All I can think, because I was thinking, oh yeah, you scored down the hinges with WD-40 before you go, and all I can think is the King of the Hill episode where he pulls out a can of WD-40. He can't open it, so he pulls out a smaller can of WD-40 to spray the larger can, to open the larger can to spray the lock.
Okay, and what do we see? What do I see?
Alright. So, first off, does anybody else go in the door after Naz?
I'm probably just gonna start waving everyone inside because
Alright.
I'm keeping Pikachu out in the hallway.
Yeah, like, wouldn't we want Naz to report first?
Yeah, we want to keep...
Yeah.
Okay. Naz, give me a perception check.
On it! Hold on, I have to press buttons. We're fine. Here, perception. Yeah. My god, my rolls are here!
Yep. Okay.
They
I'd say
finally
that.
arrived. That's
Go away.
That's my passive perception.
Alright. So you come into the room, and Naz, you do not notice anything. You do see two little dolls on the floor that drag your attention to them. One of them looks like a small, made doll of Olean. The other looks like a doll of Einar. And they were part of a set. You actually remember this set. You remember how, odd, you have, one of those, anime snaps where like your like eyes like flash back to like a memory, and you remember seeing like a very young, like can't be more than like 6 or 7, like probably even younger, maybe like 4, like Saris playing with these toys. As you were asked to watch after her, and you annoyingly did it only because you owed Adria a favor.
After taking a second to process that information, Naz will knock twice on the doorframe, which is the signal that everything is good.
Alright, I need to ask who is through the door first.
That probably me.
Okay. Put Falreath in the door, and you hear a squeaky voice go, "You'll never take me alive." Because you rolled really good on your perception. She rolled an 18 on her stealth.
Oh, fuck.
You see somebody pop up, and I need to move the layer. She immediately dives from the rafters. Come on, why won't you let me? Is she still on the GM later? I moved her. No, yeah, she's on the layer. Why can't I select her now? What the fuck? Well, anyways, she makes an attack roll. Let's see, she's a level 1 character, so that would be d20 plus 1d20 plus 3. Does a 16 break your armor?
That is just my AC.
Okay, you take 1d4 plus...
Oh, you do attacker wins on time?
Yeah.
Alright.
That's in the book.
Yeah, that's
that's the actual rule. Is if you meet or beat AC. If it's a skill versus skill, I roll off evens odds.
Oh, okay.
For some reason, I can't move her, so I'm going to refresh the page. But yeah, you take 6 points of damage as you feel like a goblin girl in kind of like well dressed. Honestly, like she's in like a kind of flowing, poofy light blue dress. Matching it is like a long set of blue hair pulled back in a very familiar looking ponytail. And she jumps down. She, like Falreath, she catches you just completely off guard. Why can't I move this character? I was able to move her off of layers, but even being on my GM screen... Oh, I know what happened. There we go. I moved her to the map layer. I moved her to the map layer. Yeah, so as you guys are coming in, you hear like this goblin scream, come down, like tackle Falreath to the ground. Her weight pushes Falreath down, and a knife kind of sticks into her like shoulder. It hurts. It's not the worst you have felt, but it gets in there like surprisingly good. You're staring down this goblin. She has a very kind of scarred face, emerald eyes, long light blue hair. She looks a little like a little scared. She's very like, you can tell that she looks malnourished, and that she just seems to be
sleep with me.
She's just absolutely terrified.
What? Yeah, talking about the baby.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew that was the baby. I was just moving on from that.
Like, what the fuck?
To basically Shrimp being over there like, context? Phrasing?
This baby who doesn't want to sleep with dad.
She's such a stubborn little girl. She's such a mommy's girl.
Yeah, well, I'm the one who's with her all day.
So she lands on Falreath, stabs her. She looks scared and angry, and then she has this moment, like, immediately on recognition, she goes, "Oh, by Leondine, I can't believe I just did this." And just like jumps back away from falling. She goes, "No, I'm so sorry. This isn't how this was supposed to happen." And she just starts like pacing the floor, like absolutely like, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no." And then she like turns back to Falling. She's like, "Oh god, is Thrym here? Can he help you? Can he take care of you? I don't know." Are you okay? I'm so sorry.
Does Falry recognize her at all?
Absolutely not. You have no idea who this person is.
Yeah.
She just
How
like,
much noise is being made?
She is not being quiet.
Okay, I'm gonna start shoving everyone into this room.
Thrym's running in and he's saying, Saris, is that you?
No, absolutely not, Saris. You have no idea who this goblin is. And
Right, that's who he expects in that room.
Yeah, so she turns to you, she looks up, she sees this giant lock, she's like, oh, "You're the guy! You're him! You're the one from her stories. Like she adores you. Oh god, is Naz here? I don't see her anywhere."
Okay,
Wait.
I can't move my character. Can you move me forward to her to cover her mouth?
Yeah, and I'm closing the door behind us.
Yeah, so as she's talking and like very excitedly like speaking, like all of a sudden you just see her go silent, and then I'm assuming you break invisibility, Naz, for this.
Yeah.
And then Naz kind of appears at her side, like from behind, just like holding her and being like, shh. Yeah, and so like there's this child, Naz is holding her. There is a dagger sticking out of Falry's armor. Falry, you recognize this dagger. Well, at least you recognize the hilt sticking out of you.
Falry's like,
Oh, wait, that's the one from last week.
Falry's doing like the thing. She's slowly taking it out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like and ready to heal herself.
Yeah, it's not even like it was a pretty deep wound, but it's not like you've taken worse getting punched in the face by your mentor. Like this is hardly like noticeable pain.
Okay.
As you look at the bloody dagger, you do recognize it as a pair to yours. As a graduation gift, you often, when you finish your initiation as a branded, you are given gifts. Certain characters gave certain other gifts. Orem was given gifts, but received his gift from Rena, and also was given 2 gifts for the kobolds to give them. For Orem, it was his bow that he uses now. For Scrag and Etra, they were given little baubles. Naz, you know what your graduation gift is. Thrym, you were given a lovely necklace of stars from Adria. And Falry, you recognize this dagger as a pair to the dagger that you were given upon your graduation. It's a very lovely, it's got a very, intricate, flame effect that your dagger also has. They're not exactly the same because they were made by 2 different blacksmiths, or they were made by the same blacksmith, but at 2 different times. But it has a very similar, look and effect to yours. While yours carries, an amethyst in its hilt, this one carries an emerald to show, the different eye colors that you and Adria have. And, that is something that you recall. This is the knife you were gifted. This was the twin of the knife you were gifted that your mentor made specifically so that she could have a knife or a dagger that matched your dagger.
All of this is happening. I'm trying to see if anyone is possibly coming towards us. I'm listening on through the door, and then I'm going to ask Etra, does Pikachu see anything?
Give me a perception check from yourself and Picket. Each Charm, you need to do the Picket one, obviously.
Yeah.
Very good.
Picket.
Pickett is paying
Maybe.
attention. They don't see or hear anybody coming. They are mildly distracted with like why such a lovely rug has been like left to fester in such a case, but she is still like staring at the stairs in the direction that she is making this monologue, internal monologue. Orem, you do not hear anybody coming. You don't know if it's just that the guards couldn't hear her, or if this is just like maybe it's a semi-common occurrence and they don't feel the need to react at all. Either way, it seems like that you're in the clear for the moment.
Okay.
Something that Naz notices is that the guards that she has seen so far have seemed off. Like, they definitely don't seem quite to move with the same gait that they would normally do. Whereas, like, this girl definitely seems very cognizant of herself. She is definitely squirming in your hands and like staring at you with like huge eyes, like she met like a famous person, huge eyes.
Yeah, Thrym's going to ask her, who talks about us?
I guess I'm gonna let her go for a second, with with a finger to my lips. I'm gonna let her go.
Keep it quiet.
Mm-hmm.
She's just like very quietly like trying very hard not to hyperventilate. But she like calms it down. She goes, "The Queen talks about you in her stories." She gestures down here. She goes, "They're in there. Father," and she like scowls a bit. "Father caught me in there a few weeks ago and boarded up the doors. He doesn't like when I go into that room, but that room is the only solace that I have here when I'm not with him." Naz, you're next to it, and Itra, you're next to it. Give me a perception check.
I have a baby in a bottle in my hands.
Alright, I'll do a perception check for you.
I'm sorry.
You're fine, you're a mom. I accepted this as a potential to happen, and luckily DMs can roll for you, so. Perception.
I also have a baby in a bottle in my hands.
You're bottle feeding one of your kittens?
Sure.
I'm not rolling for you.
Yeah, that's fucking deserved.
Apparently I can roll really good perceptions for you, Lynn.
Good.
Alright. On the table, on this little desk, you see two pictures. One is a picture you recognize. It's, well, not recognize, like you don't remember this picture directly, but you remember the style of this picture. You've seen her do it in her office before. It's a picture like in the style that Adria will do, which is that she'll take a like lead device. She'll take like a chalk, like a black chalk, and she'll color in the entirety of like a piece of paper, and then she'll start like erasing into it like art. You see like a bunch of like tiny little like dots in the top part of the picture. There seems to be like a clearing that you recognize. It's one that you've seen drawn often enough in this hand. And in that little clearing you see very obvious picture of Thrym, very obvious picture of you, a very obvious picture of Fari and Orem, Scrag, Itra, Rena, Oberon, Einar, and a little picture of Adria, and all of them are staring up at the sky. Something you've come to recognize as a frequent art and picture that Adria does is that she will draw when she's feeling either sad or energetic or, just, depending on her mood, or if she's just if it takes her, she will draw like the starry night sky, and often she will draw people close to her under the sky. You recognize that picture, and next to it you see a very similar picture, though this seems to use it doesn't seem to use black chalk for it. It seems to use some sort of like ground up, like dusty like thing. You see like a similar picture done up, and you see what probably appears to be like a very crude drawing of Adria, and a very crude drawing of the goblin, and you see the very crude drawing of Einar, and they're looking up at the starry sky. You also see, in that drawing, you also see a picture of Saris as well.
In the second drawing?
In the second drawing. So you see Saris, the goblin, Adria, and Einar. Or what you can best guess based off of like what you recall from their like appearances. Adria seems to be a bit taller than you think she should be, because you know that this goblin is about as tall as you are, which makes her taller than Alian.
Did you make these?
She looks at it sadly. She points to the crude one, and she goes, "It's not as good as the Queen's, but I did this one." She has lots of pictures like these. She gestures to the room again. She's like, "Those are in the next room." As she turns to you and she goes, "She really idolized you, She, I don't know if you ever saw her last letter to you, but, she really cared."
I'm sorry, her what?
She looks at it, she's like, she wrote a bunch of letters. I always thought it was weird that they were still here, but yeah, no, the Queen, and she goes to say something and it starts to have that static noise again, and she stops and she goes, "Right, can't say the word," when referring to the Queen. The Queen wrote letters to everyone. They're very sad, but they're very full of love, and I wish I could have got a chance to meet her myself.
I was gonna look at Thrym and kind of gesture to the child, do you know what this is?
Thrym, you have never met this child before in your life.
Thrym's going to shake his head back and forth.
Who
left this small sassy child?
I mean, you've had Naz the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
This child has not been sassy. The closest to sassy she's done is stab Falry, and she immediately apologized afterwards.
I don't know, I got two children right next to me.
I have a literal child in my hands.
Idra is 6 and
She seems to get shrink in on herself and kind of leans against the table, and she goes, "I never thought I'd get a chance to meet you guys. If you guys can open the get the she gestures to you can see where it was very badly boarded up and nailed shut door on the wall. And she's like, if you guys can get that open, I can show you where the letters are. But I'm guessing you guys don't know who I am, which kind of makes sense. I didn't end up in the castle until after the Queen had... And she seems to shudder a bit. She's not she's about to say a bad thing. and she goes, when the queen went on sabbatical, I didn't get a chance to meet her. I knew about her, like all the kids in the city know about her. But I never got a chance to meet her myself.
Kids in the city.
It tracks to you, Naz, that... Hold on. Making a roll.
Yeah, roll.
This one has actually got a lower DC than most of the other ones up to this point. Of course, you still roll.
Doesn't fucking.
Oh, of course.
You feel
Lynn,
an
I need
itch
you
in
to
the
know
back
that-
of your
I
mind.
need you to know that the cats are reacting to every time that her goose.
That's cute. So it again, you can feel the memories being pulled away from you. Like it's becoming more and more conscious as you focus on it that these are being hidden from you. Flora, you go ahead and give me a wisdom check as well, because you often help with this as well.
Those of you who won the insight check earlier noticed that Naz's eyebrow is twitching.
Yeah. So everybody but Itra is noticing that Naz is having like an internal breakdown.
You know what? Because we've not used any, we're coming to the end. I'm going to use Burn Your Flame to get an advantage on this.
Sounds good.
That's okay.
Give me a wisdom for you saving throw with advantage. 10.
Well,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Not as
Did
good.
not help.
That's good.
Make sure you roll your d4 and add your highest of your wisdom or con as damage.
Yeah, I'll do that. You explain.
Yep. So, you guys both know that the king, alongside Olian, often would go into town and they would go and help with the orphanage problem. It was something, Naz, you and Olian, you remember promising Olian a while ago, and were partially shocked that she committed so hard to that promise of like trying to find the orphans a better home. It wouldn't surprise you to find out that.
Sorry, Lynn, do you need a minute?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, I'll wait a minute.
All right, I'm gonna use 10 points of lay on hands, by the way.
Yep.
So I can heal myself back up.
Yeah.
I just imagine you stone-facedly removing the dagger. And
Yeah,
then immediately
you guys can feel Falry like call her flame momentarily, and like she like begins to sweat, and you're starting to understand, Falry, what's probably fucking with Naz, because you're starting to notice the boundary within your mind that is pulling things away from you. Like it feels like you're watching a oil slide across water whenever it feels like you're trying to reach for memories involving your mentor. Some things fill in very easily, but anytime you're trying to pull specifically things that like would focus on her as a person and not just a general memory you have, it's like something, and you can't tell what is, like, it's not pushing you away, it's like redirecting you, and you just notice it. Like you're starting to feel it in the corner of your mind that this is a thing, and it bothers you that it's a thing. It's not, you're not reacting in the same like sweating, eyes still checking corners, like occasionally looking over her shoulder in the way like Naz is, but you do feel something wrong, like within yourself, something wrong. All right.
And now we sit here.
Yeah,
Awkward
we're just
silence.
gonna wait. Okay, so while we're... Sorry, I was responding to a message I got. Alright, so we do have 4 other players here. Brim, you're reaching deep into your mind, trying to recognize this child. 2 things stick out to you. Her hair, like, you assume that it's a similar natural color, but it does remind you a lot of, like, a slightly tealer version of, like, Adria's hair back when she was alive. And she has the same, like, not just the same, like, green eyes. It's the same, like, emotion in them as well. Like, this is a child who is excited about life, who hopes deeply and wishes to spread that to people. This is a similar thing you remember seeing, I don't know, like 84 years ago when you stumbled across a gnome lost in the woods.
He'll ask her. We never did ask. What's your name?
She squirms awkwardly. Oberek and Father and the guards call me Adria Sesrison. She kind of looks down at the floor, like almost ashamed of that name. They didn't used to call me that. They used to call me, and she like squirms. She's like, I don't know. It's hard. Sometime about like 6 months ago, they started calling me Adria, and the name kind of stuck. When it's just been myself, Oberon, and Oberek, I have been going by Rat. And she squirms a bit at the concept of going by that. She's like, I go by that name to honor the things that keep me fed.
Do you have something you would like us to call you?
She kind of shrugs. She's like, Rat's fine. Just don't call me Adria because it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me feel like Father is trying to have me replace the Queen, and I don't think he's doing it on purpose. He really hasn't been the same since he brought her back. And he used to be great, like really good, but like especially lately he's really been spiraling. And since he caught me in the Queen's office, he snapped and hasn't talked to me since, and I've been scared to go and see him.
Brim will nod and say, yes, I knew him when he was good.
She smiles, like she looks up to you and she smiles, and she's like, I'm glad that wasn't a delusion then. It gets so hard here sometimes, especially when it gets harder to find food. Oberek used to bring me food, but I haven't seen him in about a week. I've had to go out and gather food on my own, and it's hard dodging the guards. It sometimes brings me meals once a day. It's probably going to bring me a meal.
What kind of tasties?
She like makes a face, and she goes, people.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
I tend to toss it out the window, and she gestures to like a broken window nearby.
Okay. I have to be
that
done.
what Pickett say?
Like soon,
Okay.
Okay.
because the baby just threw up.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hope she gets better.
Mm-hmm. You can
So, yeah.
drop if you want, Len, and just listen in.
Yeah.
And then if you come back, you come back. We are at midnight,
I'm
so
not
I'll be
gonna be coming back. I gotta put the baby to bed.
okay.
She's
Have a
exhausted.
good night. I'll reach
night.
out to you. We'll try to settle up the date for the next one.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yep. It was nice having you. See you soon.
Yes.
Good night.
I'm sorry I
Lynn.
have to drop early.
No problem.
We're fine.
Okay,
Good
see ya.
Yeah.
But yeah, she goes. She goes. People. Usually, lately, it's been a lot of the guards who have not made it. From what I've gathered, because I definitely shouldn't ask, but always do, because I feel like I should know who ends up in my room. But and she gets like very monotone. She's like, I don't eat it. Oberek told me explicitly to never eat the food, even as he forced himself to so he could take care of me. So yeah, I don't tend to eat the, and she does finger quotes, tasties.
Itra understands. Itra no like that kind of tasty either.
She pets you on the head. She goes, she always had nice things to say about you. Said you always cheered her up. I see why.
Itra just do his best.
And she makes her way back down over to the like door, and she gestures kind of like to Scrag and Falry. She's like, but yeah, do you think you guys can open this door? The guards, like, they never come up this way because they're not supposed to. And I'm always making a racket and making up noises, so they won't come. Like, they shouldn't come if you guys break us in. And with the door locked on the other side, they're not going to be able to get into the other room.
I'll give it a shot. Probably will go up to the door and try and break it down.
Yeah, just an athletics check.
Athletics, alright. Habuski.
Babushka! 25.
25.
It's an effort. Like, this thing is very, but for perspective, either you or Scrag doing it by yourself needed a 25. Both of you working together would have dropped it to a 20 and made it with advantage. But this thing is in there hard. But, like, you have stubbornly run into things before. And this is just another thing you need to stubbornly, like, deal with. Scrag comes over, gives you a little bit of a hand, and the two of you just kind of, like, heave, and it just comes right off the wall. Like, pulling the door behind it a bit with it. And, like, you hear, Rat make out a little, like, gleeful, like, ee noise, and then just kind of, like, run right into the room. And in here, you guys see this. Nope, wrong character. And, like,
Alright,
Falry run in
is
here.
it rat with one T or two T's?
One T. R-A-T. Like the animal rat. Like the animal she
Yeah,
implied
that's
she ate rat.
Okay, so not like the band rat then.
No. Like rat, like the animal. I'm gonna move Naz into the room because I know she would come in here. Yep. This is a room. It's larger than it appears here. You know, there is a rack of weapons nearby. You see Falry, Naz too, if you're listening in, Lynn, Brim, all three of you guys see very familiar weapons. There's another large, more blunt-looking greatsword, a couple of short blades. You guys see on there is also a kind of rusting-looking armor that it triggers give me another roll. Give me another roll, Bari, with give me another wisdom saving throw, but this time with advantage.
Okay. Oop. All right.
16.
16.
Cool. You recognize this armor and this dress. Thrym, you just know it. I'm gonna roll for Lynn as well, because I can always explain this to her later. We'll roll. It has advantage. There we go. Fucking finally. 19. Alright, cool. So, Naz, Kojin, if you want to roll as well, let me check what you have for saves real quick, and I'll tell you what you can say, roll, try to remember. You have strength and con. Your best one's your wisdom save, so if you want to give me a wisdom saving throw,
will your memory into strength.
Yeah, strength. Just brute force your memory like you would everything else. You actually did not roll terrible.
Punch yourself in the head, just to make you remember.
Aurum and Itra, if either of you want to roll wisdom and intellect saving throws to also kind of try to access your memories, whichever one's the higher, just roll those saves and you can. But for all of you guys, Aurum, no, absolutely.
There's a nat one.
As far as you know, you understand the concept of what's going on here with Adria and Ulian, but your memories specifically just, you don't even know that they're wrong. It just feels like everybody else is uncovering a mystery that you are in the dark about. Itra manages to brute force his way into it though. So all of you recognize this particular armor. It's a very it's one that you've seen Adria in often, especially whenever she was on the throne or out in the city in her role as queen. It has an armored chest plate with armored shoulders, but a lot of armored gauntlets, but everything else is a long light blue dress, kind of in a similar coloration to what Rat has on. It's a bit flowing and poofy in some areas, but it's mostly form-fitting. You guys recognize one of those swords. You recognize shit. Now I gotta. This isn't even in my notes. I have to go to the fucking story that I wrote so I can pull up that.
Wow, we really didn't go the route that you expected.
I wasn't expecting to add this detail either though, because I am improving a lot of this, but that's just because that's how I roll a lot. So you see a replica. It's not the same and it doesn't have the magical qualities of it, but you see a replica of Aurora Fora leaning in this weapon rack, along with a couple of short swords, including one you recognize, Bari, from a misadventure you had years ago where you challenged a very mighty warrior to a duel and somehow won. Yeah, you see those weapon racks and stuff carrying that stuff. You see what looks like to be one form of her training armor on a different rack in a corner. You see a disheveled and unorganized series of bookshelves. You don't know if it's because this goblin has come in and pulled books and put them back in whatever order, or if it was like she puts them back exactly where she found them, because this is exactly how Adria always stored her stuff, in some sort of controlled chaos she always understood, because she could always find whatever she was looking for, but it never seemed to be in any place that made sense. On the table in front of you, where Rat seems to be gesturing, there is several rolled up scrolls. It definitely looks like the rolls have been opened and then very carefully shut and sealed. Each one of them has a name on them. You guys see one for Rena, one for Naz, one for Thrym, one for Falry, one for Aurum, one that has both Etra and Scragg's name on it, one for Oberon, one for Einar, and one for Saris.
Valerie would grab hers.
Okay. This is the thing I had to apologize about. Etra and Scragg's and Aurum's are not done yet because these are very hard for me to write. But
Well, since we are past midnight, you could.
I
write
could
them
call it,
next
but
time.
I'm going to make the last thing that happens. If it's okay with you, Falry, I'm going to have you read this out loud.
Oh boy.
You can choose whether or not Falry actually says it out loud, but I'm going to send it to you to read out loud.
Boy.
Also on the table, while I'm pulling this up, are several books. One of them is labeled Naz's Notes. One of them is labeled Brim's Wisdom, and one of them is labeled The Annoying Notes That My Apprentice Makes Me Have to Write. Your letter is on top of... By the way, your letter, Falry, is on top of the one labeled The Annoying Book My Apprentice Made Me Have to Write. Alright, here we go. Let's see. This should post, because it's not that long. Yes, it did. So cool. Awesome. My apologies for any grammar errors or spelling. I have not had a chance to have this one edited, and it...
Trust me, you're gonna hear me stumble over my words during this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so this is the letter to Falry.
Dear little girl. Ha, I kid. Maybe your anger will make this sting a little bit less. Dear Falry, training you has been one of the best privileges I've ever had as a leader. You have all the fire and drive I remember having as a child. I know I wasn't able to always work directly with you, but I always strove to find some time to train you. And if I couldn't, I would just bring you along. Naz and Oberon used to give me such shit for that. Naz called you my tag-along for the longest time. Still does from time to time. You were the best tag-along. Honestly, watching you grow, train in the same way as my father trained me, making me feel almost like I was a mother to you. Though I strove to distance myself, and of course, once my little girl did show up, you took on the role of a big sisters, like a fish to water. To be fair, you had a lot of practice. I am just so damn proud of you, Falry. You are so much better a person than I am. I wouldn't sully your memory of me by going into detail of how soaked in blood my hands are. If you really want to know, ask Naz about the
Belivar
prison, or
Illumoy,
or
Jundir.
Jundir. Show her this letter. It may help pry those stories from her. They aren't for the faint of heart, though. I'm happy you saw me as better than I was. I'm happy to have trained you. And I know that one day you'll lead Kirsten Branded as its captain and completely overshadow me in every way. And when you do end up crossing over the other side, I'll be there to cheer you on before sending you back. One last ask, kiddo. Think of this as the next level of your training. When you can, take Saris as your apprentice. Teach her as I taught you. Be strict but fair. Praise her accomplishments and be there to pick her up when she falls. As the kingdom princess and the future queen, I can't think of a better teacher for her than Sierra's next branded captain. Be good, be proud, and always remember, you are so much stronger than you think you are. Your beloved mentor, Adria. I imagine
Oh,
Folly wouldn't. Oh, is that?
there was a bit more for you.
Oh.
I forgot
P.S.
about it.
P.S. that you know that you always begged me to teach you. The one I said I couldn't pass on to you. Ooh. It's called the Sparks Divine Storm. One of my family's. It's in one of my. It's one of my family journals in this room, written in a dead language my father and I translated years ago, before Naz was probably born. You find the translation book in this room in a secret drawer in my desk. It
weighs like weight.
Okay. It's a fuckload to keep Naz out of it. You may have both books if you swear on your life that Naz will never gets the translation book. Well, I guess she can have it, but only after you're done with it. I just ask you teach Saris this move after you learn it. As my daughter, she is entitled to know it.
Yep. That was very good.
Halfway through this, Falry would be crying.
Oh,
Even
good.
though she doesn't know fully why she would.
As she reads this, and especially as she gets to...
Congratulations, you made your first character cry.
Good. I have 5 more. I wrote these, and I was bawling every time, and I was gonna have Naz read hers first. I'll have to have her read her last now. Lynn's like, I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. You're a mom. It's understandable. Yes, so this is like the caliber of things this is, just to put it in perspective, and Falry gets this about halfway through reading her letter. This is Adria writing her goodbye to you guys, knowing that the next battle that she was going to be in was quite possibly going to be her last.
You want me to read Naz's letter?
Now you're busy with the baby.
The baby is laying next to me, perfectly happy right now.
Okay, I can send you yours. I can be sad a little bit more. It's fine.
You really want to make her cry next to her baby?
This one I don't think it'll make her cry because of how Lynn works.
I compartmentalize things well.
Yeah. But it will it will kind of wrap this up nicely, and then we can do Threms at the start of the next one.
Okay.
I'm sorry to cut off Falry's thing, by the way.
No. Yeah, so how does Falry react while I'm getting this sent over to Lynn?
She is crying during this, not sure what to think. But then she finally reads the PS. It's like, She starts kind of looking for the book.
Yeah. So you open the drawer, and you see what she's talking about. And as you go to pick it up, and I'll have you do the check for this next time. But whatever whatever Adria put on this weighs a fuckload. You're talking solid 70 pounds in this desk.
That is heavier than her armor.
Yeah. That's heavier than her armor, but it is a small piece of metal you have to pick up. And also, it would definitely be
heavy metal.
Yeah, it's heavy metal. It definitely would be
wonky with this book.
It would definitely be a bit too heavy for Naz to pick up without help. All right, so I've got Lynn. I just sent you yours. Let me just pull up my chat real quick.
I see it.
Yep.
I'm in the wrong DM.
Please tell me I sent that to you.
Yes, it's to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody ready?
Yep.
Is the DM ready for me to do reading?
I'm ready, as I'm gonna get with this one.
Okay. Hey Naz, I guess you found this. If you did, I just wanted to say that, yeah, you were right. I should have stayed behind if I wanted to stay alive. Acted as a rear guard and come into support after we had a battle with it. But I could not risk the people, and I know you know that. We made a great team, you and I. I could not have asked for a better friend. Watching you grow from a cold, aloof killer to the stoic, if sassy, protective person you are has been nothing but a treat, and I hope that you let me take a small amount of credit for that. But always remember, it was your choice to take that step, to reach out and accept that your views were not always right, that kindness and compassion for others was a better path. A bad friend may ask that you learn the lesson from me and start to find a way to live, to rest and retire. But I know you can't leave a job half done. You still haven't given those kids a future in the sun yet. I'm so sorry I couldn't help you finish that dream. It will be the second biggest regret that will follow me to the other side. And yet I must ask another more burden of you.
Yeah, another burden of you.
Yeah. She's
Just say it's
crossed
scratched out.
some things.
Yeah. Read it, but then say it's
scratched out some
crossed
things here.
out.
As your queen I order, she crossed that out. No, that's not right. As my shadow I order, she's crossed that out as well. No, that's somehow worse. As my closest friend, I request of you 2 things, and it will be the hardest things I ever ask of you. It's okay, hun. I have your soother. Honey. 1, take care of them for me, please. Watch over Sarah till she can grow to be the strong queen I know she can be. Talk with Einar and make sure he knows he's not alone. Talk to Thrym about the stars and ask him to do his little light shows. Try not to give Rena too much shit, please. She's gotta fix so much shit I did wrong. Guide Falry as best you can in my footsteps. Tell her about all the crap you and I got up to. But try to leave out what really happened when I got kidnapped, please. But show her how to lead since I can't do it anymore. Try and help Orem with the chip on the shoulder. Maybe show him up more as an archer. He'll need a new challenger to compete against. Don't let the excitement and love of life's mysteries leave Itra. And try to keep Scrag from getting into too much danger. Just enough to let him go wild. There's so many more, but you get the idea. 2, don't isolate yourself. I know how hard it was for you to trust me. I know you don't have a lot of time left either. Likely even less after we deal with this beast. Take the leap, though. We both are truly blessed by the gods. I know you don't believe in them, but I do, so deal with it. But we really are surrounded by such good people. Don't waste it. Don't waste the little life you have trying to avenge a dead queen. Try and live to fight for the tomorrow we both want them all to see. And if you make it to the end, go see the stars. Tell me how they look. I bet they're so pretty. At the bottom of the page is a drawing of Adrian Naz looking up at the starry sky. And then beneath the drawing, written in small, shaky words, I wish I got to see the stars with you. That was my dream, you know. See the stars in the sky. I bet they would have been beautiful. That was the entire letter.
Yep.
Yep.
I had to get.
I'm letting everyone know that it's done.
I had to go
Why
get.
did you punch me in the heart?
I don't know. Why did I punch myself in the face several times while writing this? I had to reach out. So like out of game, I had to reach out to Contagion and Cassidy and Chelsea to edit this, and I still missed shit because I couldn't read this one without crying every single time I did. Thrym's is also hard, but I'm gonna save his for later.
Yeah, his becomes.
Yay, mental pain and torture.
Oh god.
Well, we were promised trauma today.
I had promised you guys trauma, and I was certain you were gonna get to this room. I was also certain you were gonna get into like 2 more fights, but how I set the guards up is they are on patrol. The ones that aren't in a certain location are on patrol, and you guys have not run into any of the 3 patrols right now.
Brilliant.
So, question.
Yes.
So, are we wrapping up now?
I am wrapping up now. I'm going to do one quick thing and then wrap up.
I gotta leave, like, now.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
You can leave now. There's a recording that I can go and send you back to if you need to.
Okay.
Alright, have a good night.
Good night, Jim.
Good night.
Right.
Alright. Good night, Lynn.
Good night.
Night.
Alright. So, as we're wrapping up, it is getting late, and I'm going to wrap this up quickly. As you guys take and read the letters, and read, and there is no edit here. There's no static within your minds as you read these letters. Some of you cry. Some of you manage to stoically resist it. Some of you laugh. You can definitely tell these letters have the words of somebody who knew their fate and went to it willingly, and gladly would do it again. This was a noble queen, somebody who knew what their duty was and was never willing to back down from it, nor shirk it and put it on somebody else. And each of you begin to feel the memories return, bubbling up to the surface. Each time you read and reread the letter, more memories come, more of the trials you guys went through as initiates for the branded, more things that you recall, small moments you had, Falry, little moments here and there where Adria would pick you up after you got knocked down for the umpteenth time, and she would take you and get you like a lovely little sweet fruit snack, something that's incredibly rare in this age, and she would get you one to cheer you up and cheer you on. You know, how she would tell you that you were always doing good and that you were always how you always managed to impress her. Or your memories come back about how Adria used to teach you about, you know, how she helped you with your grief when your mother passed, how she taught you about what she learned from your mother and how she applies it in real life, how you would work with her and Falry and Naz in different like scenarios, and how those things lit up the world, and would like inspire you to greater feats of skill and strength. Scrag, more specifically, that Scrag would remember when these memories came crawling back, is he remembered that while there was another who taught him how to harness his rage, Adria, how often she would handle him, how she never treated him and his anger as if it was a problem, but more just an extension of himself. How she would show how her own rages could get out of control, and how she had to struggle every day to keep it in line. How there would be instances where Falry and Scrag would remember dueling specifically Adria because she wanted to test your mettle and see how strong you guys would get. And how strong you guys had gotten. Every time she would beat both of you down, but every time she was there to pick you up and go for another round. Itra, you remember every single silly story and like thing that you and Pikachu would get up to, and how they would tell you stories of the other side, and that Adria would sit there with you and listen to the stories, and she would cheer or add her own little like flares and things to the stories, and things of that nature. And all these memories bubble to the surface. Thrym, you don't have the same snap, oh, all my memories are back. But as you read your letter, you remember a tiny, like teeny tiny, like 1 foot 4 inches, just, you would say she was a baby if she wasn't standing on 2 feet, like child. And you sitting in a clearing in the woods nearby, there was a lovely place. It had several, like, about 100 yards or so radius that was opened. It was a little hilly, and it's where you could stare up into the stars. And you remember a young girl asking you, "Can you show me the stars? I want to see these things you talk about." And you remember it's a simple cantrip. You know, Loxodon children learn it as like their first spell, and it lit up the sky. And you remember just how excited this child's face was to hear the stars. And like everything, like for you, it's a fun you're not coming back suddenly to memories. You are just reminded of your grief of this young girl who seemed to change how you approach the world, who seemed to love your Thrill of the Stars as much as, if not more so than any Loxodon. And as you read the last line of the letter as a preview, I gotta go find that one. You read the phrase, "I'm sorry I broke my promise to you," and you tear up a little bit from that.
You fucking asshole.
Yeah, I'm gonna end it on that note. I'll let you guys decide next time if you want to read these letters out loud or not. I'll have all the finished letters up for you guys probably by next weekend at the latest. It's, as you can tell, I don't know if you can hear how shaky my voice is, but I am trying really hard not to sniffle. It's hard to write this for me because I get very invested into it.
Yeah, and you can. I'm sure you're aware of it, but just so everybody else can know, you can also put those letters in the same tab as like the player sheets, so we can reference them later.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm also going to send them to DM, so you guys can do that. It's also going to be in a document that everybody will be able to read, so anybody else can do that. Crow14, thank you for the thank you for the raid. We're going to be wrapping up shortly, but thank you for the raid. I appreciate it.
Just after he made us cry.
I did my best to make that entire party cry, and I think I got at least a few of them. Grief is hard. Just remember there are lines out there.
I felt sad. That's about how it was.
There are lines out there for people who need them. But yes.
Yep.
Trying to think what else to do. Yeah, so thank you for the raid. Once again, shout outs to Contagion and Cassidy for all their help with the story and maps and different works. Thanks for swinging in. Thanks Shadati for all the art of the characters, as well as the surprise PNG tubers at the last minute. Shout outs to the Cozy Tato D&D crew. You guys are great. You guys always seem to throw me for a loop on how you approach problems, and I'm here for every single moment of it. Shout outs to Onyx Path and Crow14 who gave me the raid. You guys are great. Thank you so much. I super appreciate you both for sending me all of your guys. If you haven't and you want to see more Dungeons & Dragons, please follow me. If you're on YouTube, please like and subscribe. There will be a tomorrow, because it's already late right now. Tomorrow there will be a playlist put up for everyone. This playlist will be like the start of this campaign in chronological order, so you guys can catch up. There is also a playlist for the Cozy Tato one shot as a reminder for those who want to check where all this story began and how it's evolved into kind of a horror mystery story, and why this like Adria / Ulian person is so important. How are you guys feeling at the end? I'll start with you, Sherm.
I'm feeling good. I'm just I'm looking forward to how this is going. Yeah.
It's only gonna get worse from here.
Oh no.
Kinda, how about you?
I'm really enjoying it. If I don't actually cry at some point, I want my money back.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't gotten to where I'm specifically picking on you. You're only catching strays right now. Octave, how did you enjoy it?
Like every time, there's a lot of unexpected stuff, so that's great.
Good. You guys throw me for so many loops. Oh my god, you guys have no idea. Alright, and Bongos, I know you're still very new to Dungeons & Dragons, but I hope you had fun tonight.
I did.
Yeah. For those in the stream who are still here and maybe have been here from the beginning, please comment out what you guys like the most. We're gonna go try to find somebody to raid. But yes, shout out to you guys, the players, for being here. Shout out to Lynn and Kojin, who had to leave early. Both of you guys were missed and appreciated. We love you guys a lot, and I hope you guys had a good time. And I appreciate you guys hanging in there as best you can, especially Kojin. I think low-key people might not understand why Kojin was so quiet, even though he's usually such a bubbly personality. He's had a very rough week, so send him love. He deserves it. Comment, heart Kojin in the comment section of the YouTube video.
Yeah, Ren's streaming right now.
Rin
Karagani.
I could go read. What I liked most was role playing. What I disliked the most was the full hour in the hallway not moving forward. Listen, they are allowed to make their decisions.
Listen, we are cautious.
No, I was here for it. I was super here for it.
Listen, at least we didn't spend an hour on a single door.
No, and at least we didn't spend more than like 15 minutes doing shopping. You guys went and looked while I was narrating, and then we spent 15 minutes finding the things. I have it as an action item for me to go make magic arrows or specialty arrows for Naz and Aurum, and another action item to finish the letters for everyone. I will send those letters out to you guys in a DM because there's more in that document than just that, and we'll be getting to that specific like little things there when we get there. I'm going to try to get you guys into combat in the next episode, but we might also be seeing if we're in Foundry in the next episode or not. The goal is to try to move over there.
I mean, we're stuck in a room, and there's a patrol that might be coming up soon.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, Contagion, I got you up so early and to make maps and we used none of them because they avoided the one fight that they almost stumbled into.
You know damn well we would have stumbled into maps that you didn't have if you didn't ask him.
Oh, I actually, yes, if I didn't ask him, you guys would have gone into like 3 fights. With very barren rooms. Meanwhile, I now have time to make a few more maps and also plan out finish putting the final fight together. I know that's the part Cassidy was looking forward to the most. For those who don't know, Einar specifically is a character made by Cass that I kidnapped and turned into the Mad Monarch of Cesrin. So, fun! Yeah. So let's go ahead and give Rin a raid. For those who are on YouTube, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed. We'll catch you later on in the next episode. Have a good night.
Bye, YouTube.
You guys are like a second too late. I literally hit the end button and then you're like, comment!